on 1 through 24, if you'll hold up on your practice, please. Reset your machines or throw that spare ball if you want. On boulders 1 through 24, practice time like the Blue Jays season is over. We coming. A couple additional things. You will each have your yellow scorecards on those clever little paper clips down there. Please leave them on the paper clips as you move around each game. That'll help us collect the scores as well. Of course, we want to thank everybody for being here like we did. We want to give extra special thanks to some of our recruiters making this not just a national but an international event. Carlos Fozan brings his big crew from Mexico every year. And thank you so much, Carlos, for bringing all those folks up to bowl with us today. Appreciate it. Everybody else who's done some word spreading as well. Other than that, looks like we are set to get going here, folks. Once you have a full set of pins and the color bars appear on your screens, you can begin your tournament competition. Good luck to everybody. Bowl well, have fun.
Good afternoon for those of you who may be joining us for the first time here on Bowlstream TV as the New Mexico Open rolls on. We continue with live coverage here at this wonderful event, 19th edition. My name is Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Steve Mackey will be joining us throughout the day in each one, as he often does. This is the second squad of the day. Now the fourth squad overall. If you're joining us for the first time, it's a good question there from Richard, but I did drop the top 10 from this morning's squad number 3. And as you can see, Michael Fitzgerald, as he often does, well out in front, not only of the squad, but of every squad. Plus 221 from Michael Fitzgerald, and that's with a 168 in game number 6. Kevin Jenkins was second at plus 119. Andrew Kane was third at plus 87. Francois Lavoie was fourth at plus 83. Mason Edmondson was fifth at plus 79. Derek Lewis was sixth at plus 69. Matt Zweig was seventh at plus 67. Timothy Jacob was eighth at plus 45. Ron Schloss was ninth at plus 28. Robert Marion was 10th at plus 19. And Marion got to 234 in his final game to get to plus. There are 3 players from C Squad tied at plus 9, and that's very important to keep in mind as we move about the rest of our squads here, of course, this afternoon into the evening. There's one more squad tonight that will begin at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. 6:30 p.m. Mountain tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl Stream TV. I missed that 310 situation. The squad continuity, if you will, for our earlier squad today seemed to be pretty on point. Something that you might see at a PBA event, for example, where you had a lot of players all playing them at least at the beginning of the day in the same area, in very similar fashion, up the boards, right, specifically for right-handers. A lot using urethane. Through a few frames here, and of course watching a little bit of practice. The 10 minutes of warm-up. Still certainly some urethane, and still players, specifically righties, going up the boards. Saw the same thing with lefties this morning. Early four-bagger. David Romero out putting in some early work here. One thing I noticed, this was specifically from Dwayne Mellinger, who I'm not sure if he threw the same ball all 8 games, but it just seemed like he did. He was throwing a polished high road up the gutter all day. And I'll be specific for Dwayne because I felt like he was closer to probably 3, 4, 5. You'll see plenty of bowling balls going down the lane in that direction. The question is, what type of bowling ball might be going down the lanes, and how long will players remain in said bowling ball? David Haynes, Alberto Dominguez, CJ Patterson, Marcos Baeza on 19 and 20. Adrian Hare, let's see who else is over there. Mario Quintero, yeah, we could take a look at 15 and 16 for, actually 13 through 16 for a few frames here. We'll go back and forth. Man, I've seen a lot of 9 pins today. Way too many, in fact. Gotcha, Mariana. Thank you. Okay. The good news is Mario is moving right, which means that he's going to be on 17 through 20 for games 2 and 3. Then we'll be able to keep an eye on him on 21 and 22 and 23 and 24. That's good news for live stream purposes. Let's take a look at his shot here on 15 and 16, right of your screen, as Kai missed that 9 pin. Oh, kick it. Chris Saunders, if that's who you're referring to, by the way. Night mark. Chris is bowling on 15 and 16. And we'll need a little bit of a new rack on 15 in a moment. Mariano, you won't see scores on those pairs. There's a camera, or I'm sorry, a ceiling fan like directly where we would need to get scores. There's a ceiling fan there. So that camera is kind of our bonus cam. Richard, this is where I was asked to be for this year. David Haynes. He's got plenty of experience here at the New Mexico Open. While we wait for that, let's take a look at Clinton Watkins. Back over to Kai Fallhaber. Mario is waiting for a new full set of pins. Again, one item to keep in mind tonight, folks. There are 3 players tied at +9. So if we get down to a possible situation, I'll make sure I find out all the tiebreaker rules. I'm going to find my rules sheet at the moment, actually, and go through that. The typical situation would be a 1-game roll-off for the final spot or spots. Especially if you're going or advancing to a match play scenario. Well, this one started really well here. Really well for Mr. Romero here on 18. But since that 4-bagger, he's gone split, 7 out, 8-1, and now a washout. Mario, by the way, still waiting for that fresh rack. We'll get that in order here in a moment. He's gone strike and then 4 consecutive 9 spares. Great washout conversion. Again, strike, 4 consecutive 9 spares for Mario. See Sean Wood out bowling this squad. Might be 5 consecutive 9 spares here for Mario. Throwing urethane, but again, it's early. That's kind of, you'd be okay with that in the moment. You'd love to be able to catch a double. Nice 4-10 make next door over on 15. Mario did make the spare, left side of your screen. Indie Bowl TV. We got there. That's right. 7,000 subscribers. Appreciate all of the love. Got to give the early portion of the brand's credit on YouTube to Craig Elliott. And of course, since taking it over, I've been just trying to move it along, get it to some new heights, and now the new goal. I mean, every 1,000's good, so 8K is good. 10K is really the next goal, but I'll go with 8. We could somehow get to 7,500 to 8,000 by the end of the year. You can already see a little bit of a difference in the squad again and how everyone is playing them. Like earlier today seemed more of a I mentioned or used the word continuity, almost like it was almost like they treated it like a PBA event or a PWBA event where everyone tried to collectively be in the same area of the lane so it could break down kind of the same as you moved across the house. Seen a little bit of that though here. I think, so far, folks just seem to maybe be a little bit unsure on where they should be at the moment. And Mario cannot carry early. He's throwing some good shots. No carry, though. Reminds me a lot of Kyle King, man. Kyle King tried everything to get his ball to go through the pins the right way, and it just was not happening early or specifically later in the block. But he did tell me after we were done that he struggled with carry for the most part all day. But it was amplified because he shot 160 in, I think, game 6. No, game 4, I'm sorry. And so he had to play catch up, and then you play catch up, but you can't carry. That makes it difficult. He goes 207, 202, 191. And 217. If he doubles in the 10th, he's plus, and is in the mix. Clashing, no, the pattern is not posted. It typically never is, at least in my experience with the tournament. And in fact, most of the time, no one knows what the pattern is. Steve Mackey never even knows. He's the organizer of the tournament. He allows Mike Miller, who creates the lane condition each year just to create it. And, you know, Mike never really, like, you almost know what you're going to get typically. You know, I have to ask a lot of the historians and the bowlers who bowled this event for, you know, multiple years, how drastic of a change have they noticed in their experience. But even just watching for the last couple of years, this pattern is probably somewhere between 36 to 38. Probably closer to 37, 38 if I had to guess. It's definitely sport compliant. There's no doubt about that. It's definitely got some flatness to it in the middle of the lane. I do think it's, if it's not 2-1, it's pretty close. $7-10 for David Haynes. I don't think we've seen a ton of those today, which is good. There's a good one for Mario. Gets the pins to cooperate. That could be one of those small adjustments you make with your hand.
Fun. A long day. Not like he didn't even remind you of that. something. Sometimes it just comes out of my mouth in normal conversation. I just can't help
That's
it.
true.
It's the New Yorker in me. That's just part of language.
The voice you hear to my right is Steve Novak, who is giving me all the reasons why he shouldn't be on the air.
What?
Giving me all the reasons why he should not be on the air. And he's right. Naturally, it just does flow in a normal dialogue with Steve. So I do have to keep that in mind. I appreciate him for reminding me of such things. 192, the high game on 17 and 18. Alberto, and he's struggling a little bit here, trying to figure something out. Brett Wolf is over on 21 and 22. He just struck in the 8th. Brett can get to 227. Adrian here.
God awful for about 6 games.
All right, good spare there off camera for Alberto. 9th frame coming up on 15 and 16. Marcos just missed it wide on the on 19 and 20. Nice shot. I think Mario, excuse me, just got a little bit more on it. He gave it a few extra and went through the pins the proper way. And has been for the last couple of shots. It's a pretty good game. Strike, 6 consecutive 9 spares, and he's got a chance to shoot 225 still. He's got a double. Eileen Linares, if I remember correctly, she was around the number for a hot minute last year. Brett Wolf, he'll be on the right of your screen. Our Masters champion. Steve Mackey said that he hadn't bowled this event in quite a few years, and he is back this year. Big double, so Brett keeps that potential of 227 still in his pocket. Adrian with another 10 pin. If she makes that, she can max at 202. Of course, Adrian, the daughter of Mike Miller, our pattern creator. Alberto in that tough place to be where you're not comfortable, that you're not sure what your ball's going to do. And then, you know, you pitch one out, obviously, and it's like, oh. But if you're going to have a tough start, game 1 is a good time to do it. And some carry there for Mario. So that's going to be a game at minimum in the two teens. Alberto did make a ball change on the fill. .200 even next door. That might have been Carson there. This is for 4 in a row coming up here for Mario as we end game one on 15 and 16. Through the nose with a nice battle. Spare to get him to 212. Josh Tajiri, he just crossed over for a game in the 140s in game number 1. Boy, this squad is, they come out the gates a little sluggish. .210 for Mario. If you're unfamiliar with the way the skips work, if you start on the left lane, you move 1 pair left every game. If you start on the right lane, you move 1 pair right every game. Brett Wolf, so soft at the bottom. Got that one just curve off the gut. I wasn't sure that was going to get back, and just politely removed the 7-pin from the deck. Did the 4-pin. Tough ending to this game for Adrian Hare, which started on a very, very good note. She's going to move right. Looks like Adrian and Mario crossing together for the 8-game block. Someone asked about Dennis Brown earlier, and I just saw him walk by here. So if he's down in the settee, I'm going to assume he's bowling. Brett Wolf gets to 216, and just like that, game 1 is in the books. Interesting start to the squad. But we're moving to game 2. Let's see, 13 to 16, not yet. We got players making their way. All right, hang tight, folks. Game 2 is on the way. David Haynes hitting that button right now over on 17 and 18. So this pair will be underway here in a moment. Brett Wolf is moving left, so we'll see Brett Wolf here on 19 and 20. right, folks, back with you. I apologize. I had to have some nourishment. I didn't eat yet. I needed to get a quick couple bites in. All right, game 2. If game 1 is any indication on how this squad is going to play, it's going to be considerably much lower scoring than squad 3. Mario Quintero has already made a ball change, it looks like. He was throwing the purple hammer on 15 and 16. The legendary Brett Wolf, recently inducted into the Metro Phoenix USBC Hall of Fame. And maybe we all just saw something that we maybe never seen before. Well, things you don't see every day for 500 Alex. What is a gutter ball from Brett Wolf?
Is Cortez not here this year? He's bowling at 5 o'clock.
God, that is true. Not that it ever was a myth, but eating is fundamental. I didn't get my normal long day of bowling, live streaming snack pack, if you will. I usually have a plan. The plan was slightly thwarted this weekend for some other things that took place. So I didn't have a chance to get my snacks. Everything you need to survive a long day. But I do appreciate Tenpins and more. Snack bar is awesome. I did just have that breakfast burrito that Steve Mackey was talking about earlier, and it was fantastic. All right, so how we doing out here? Or out there, wherever you guys are. Guys got a nice little support system behind me. Got a few friends and or family at least watching. From Wood over there making big splits on 23 and 24. Nice spare by David Haynes. Adrian Hare did deserve that type of Bad break. Appreciate you, CJ. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Subscribe if you have not already. This squad, of course, still in its infancy stages. Kind of trying to see if a pattern will develop of some kind, but it's difficult to tell. There are some players with decent ball reaction. There's some with not so good ball reaction. Cortez is bowling next. He will be bowling Squad 5 tonight. Which will begin at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Excuse me, CJ, I was reminded that Jacob Buttriff is participating at Team USA camp at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. For the amount of 9-pins that I have seen, and 8s for that matter, but 9-pins have been a very tough watch. There's another one for CJ Patterson. Again, the way this squad is developing, a lot of players who are in the single-digit range of plus, and there are a few, or you know, they're probably eating right now, getting some lunch, you know, just kind of unwinding, decompressing from a very trying 8-game block. And looking at this and listening to some of these scores be read and going, whoa. I might feel a little bit better about what I shot earlier today. Look out.
You can watch that live at bullstreamtv.com. Absolutely frantic about his eligibility. He's eligible. He can bowl.
Okay, so thank you. No, I believed it. No, Delphina, she says, I don't remember what answer she gave me on the text, but I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean, yes or no?
All right, we do have a game 1 scores. There are 10 players, even or plus. But the high game is 217. So DJ Neifel with 217, George Galson with 216, also Carlos Forza with 216, and Brett Wolf, a three-way tie for second. We saw Mario Quintero get to plus 10. That's fifth. Joe Romero. So it's on that pair, got to plus 7. Hunter Mays, he and his brother are bowling in this squad. His brother Christopher, but Hunter shot 204. Scott Ashley got to plus 202, he and Darrell Ratliff. And 10th after one game even, that is Sam Hinge. Again, even after one game here at squad number 4. Question on the roster. First of all, thanks for checking out the New Mexico Open from Tenpins and More in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. I thought Jeff was had posted the roster on the Bowl JBT website, but I think there are only scores listed there. So I don't believe let me send him. Well, let me double check with him just to be sure. If there is a particular player that you are wondering about, would like to see bowl, etc., or of course, I'm sure you just want to look at the general roster. I believe there is 210 entries total. Brett Wolf trying to figure some stuff out here. Probably gonna say that a lot. Let me see, 13 and 14's got something brewing. There's a few players with a couple of X's on the scoreboard. But again, just game 1. 10 players even or plus, the high game 217 in game 1. There are 44 bowlers in squad 4. Let me quick favor here and see if we can. I'm going to read off squad 5 just so people are aware. All right, so we asked about Cortez Shank, and I told you he is bowling in squad 5. David Burnett is bowling in squad 5. King Pharaoh Williams, along with Zachary Wilkins, also bowling in squad 5. Trey Ford III, excellent player, bowling in squad 5. Ryan Howard is bowling. Kenneth Friedrich is bowling. Dante Urabari is bowling. Alan Berger, David Tolson, who has been in the chat. Thanks, David. Anthony Cando, Giovanni Capasso, Dan Brenning, Noah Gallegos, Austin Pasco, Jeremiah Martin, who was in the chat watching Squad 3 this morning, Alex DeVargas, Christine Johnston, Corrine Acuff, and Derek Acuff. Those are 3 excellent players right there. Patrick Roper, Louis Perrone, who is the front desk manager here at Tenpins and More. Pat Bottom, Andy Byer, Eric Vanderlip, Dylan Macon, Mason Robinson, Jacob Henderson, Morgan Moore, Robin Priolo, excuse me. I'll make sure I get that correct pronunciation. Shane Muller, Matt Jones, James Jackson, Scott Wiley, Michael Lee, Tyler McPhee, Guillermo Espinosa, Garrett Strail, Aiden Ruiz Jimenez, Joey Provencher, Michael Sager, Matthew Garduno, and I think that is it. Scott, according to Steve, 210 was ahead of, I think, maybe at least the last 3 to 4 years, I think he said. He said he had a nice, strong presence this year from Arizona, Colorado, and actually right here in New Mexico. He had a nice, almost 100 bowlers, if not 100, entered the tournament that lived in the state of New Mexico. David Haynes gets to 177. So Haynes goes 196, 177 to start his day. Mario Quintero can potentially go 2-2-0 here if he can strike here. And a 7-pin, not friendly. So 210 or 210 specifically, and 193 with a strike for his first 2. De La O with 4 in a row next door. He's going to enter the right of your screen. And he makes that 5 in a row. It's a nice contingent of players from Mexico bowling this squad. Wolf shot 173, and he had the high score on this particular pair. In a much different contrast as a squad than what we watched this morning during squad 3. De La O will not get that second strike to fall, though. He'll leave a 7-pin. Great shot for Adrian Hare. She's trying to save 170 plus here, and she can do it with one more here in the 10th frame. Jarrell Day, no, that's not Jarrell Day, excuse me, that was Mr. Romero. I believe Daniel was over there about to shoot 210 with a strike on the fill on 15 and 16. Here's Josh. He shot 140 game 1. Now he can double in the 10th to get into the 150s.
Michael, stay here and just look at it. That's what I said. Mine's all the way over there. Oh yeah, it's like.
Nice finish by Romero over there. 210. Had a 204 on that pair as well. 164 for Adrian Hare. I think as a whole, the squad just struggling to kind of get their bearings and get out the gates well. Dylan Taylor is bowling this squad. Past champion from 2021. So the majority of the day, folks, has been, I've seen a good portion of purple hammers and pitch blacks being thrown. And with the lane condition, where it's requesting or at least giving you an option to play, has been a very favorable option to use. Do you guys have a favorite? For those of you who have or do use urethane, could be another brand of urethane that you like out there. There's several. But that has definitely been in play today. As we get to game 3. The mood in the building is so different. There's a lot of uncertain looks out there. David Haynes moved over to 15 and 16. It looks like he made a ball change. Not only did he make a ball change, perhaps a zone change. And I'm wondering if other players may follow suit. It looks like he made a nice jump left, particularly for righties. right, folks, had to, I was requested to take a photo, which never really happened, so I appreciate Steve Mackey for that. Sounds like there is a nice story that is going to be written in the, I think it's going to be for Bowling Center Management. So I got a chance to check in on Bob Johnson, always a friend to bowling. And a new friend to Bowlstream TV, we welcome in Tyler Masterson, who was just actually on the lanes during Squad 3. Tyler, how you doing?
I am doing much better now that I have some lunch and I get to watch some other people throw down the lane. But it was a good squad this morning, though. A lot of great bowlers here. It's fun to see.
Appreciate you for joining in. While we were watching you bowl earlier, we had, Steve was telling me that you were an attorney. And then Adrian Hare then later said in the chat that you were a real estate attorney. And then I asked you for a brief, and then you told me, well, you dabbled in a lot of stuff. So I'll let you explain your career path in law.
Oh, sure. So I like to, the old saying of, jack of all trades, master of none. Probably pretty accurate for, I would say, 98% of attorneys. So I met Steve several years ago when I was recruited to bowl for the University of New Mexico down here. So I spent some time on the college team down here, and that's where I met just a lot of great bowlers, great people, Adrian included. She's bowling now on lane 19. We've stayed very close friends over the years. She was one of the best mentors I've probably ever had in the sport. She's one of my best coaches. We still stay in touch. She's been instrumental to me bowling, particularly this year. I started getting onto the PBA tour a little bit. So she's been instrumental in that. So she talked me into coming back, saying hi to everybody. I haven't been back to New Mexico in about 8 years.
Wow.
So when I left back in 2015, I made the decision to go to law school, for better or worse. Went out to Omaha, Nebraska, went to Creighton. Was lucky enough to get a couple of really good internships while I was in school. And when that started, I was doing a lot of trial work. I tell people now I'm a recovering trial attorney because it's a little bit addictive when you do it, but it sure is stressful. So I did a lot of things. I did a lot of commercial trial work, some corporate transactions, mergers and acquisitions, a lot of things that most people really don't care about or know what they are. But I did a lot of real estate things. Adrian, a wonderful realtor, so she knows all about my real estate type of law practice. But right now I do a lot of small business work, some estate planning, the occasional weird case that gets thrown on my desk, that sort of stuff. So that's how the law came to be in my lap.
Wow, that's what year did you finish law school at Creighton?
I finished at Creighton in 2018.
2018.
2018. So
I believe I have a connection who also went there for law school.
Really?
Jessica Gilgore.
Jessica Gilgore.
Does that sound familiar at all?
The last name does.
She went, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure she went to Creighton though, but she worked in bowling for a little bit. She used to work at the Open Championships where I first met her.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, back in the early 20-teens-ish.
Oh, sure.
And then she's originally from Reno, if my memory is, no, originally from Cleveland, but she stayed in Reno for a bit. And then now is a practicing lawyer as well.
That's awesome. I mean, I kind of was looking a little bit the other direction. I kind of started as the practicing lawyer, and I'd love to get back into the bowling arena in some form or fashion.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to need a lawyer in this industry.
Somebody
at
would.
At least one.
Oh, you would think, But, that's kind of the goal. I love what I do. It's great to do those sorts of things, but I'm very lucky at the firm I'm at now. I have the ability to take some time off to travel. I briefly mentioned, I just started bowling on kind of regional tour this year, a couple of majors, things like that. And for people who don't do it regularly, it's very time consuming. Like, bowling on tour is a huge commitment. And so for the people who do it as a career, it's really cool to get to know those people, and they kind of just have a different mindset, a different structure to their lives to be able to do that full time. So to have the flexibility to, be able to go see some of these stops, bowl some of these bigger events, it's a pretty lucky spot to be in for sure.
Tyler, I think we might have a few people who are just checking in, viewing for the first time, and are seeing this lane condition for the first time after maybe not seeing it or seeing every other squad or at least one other squad bowl, right? So since you did compete on it, you've obviously have firsthand experience on just how difficult the lane condition is. Can you describe your experience and how tough the pattern was for you today?
Yes, I can try. I think that I had a friend of mine yesterday from Denver, I think put it pretty well. He said, this was some expensive brain damage. So this pattern seems fairly short. I know that they don't usually release the pattern beforehand, so I'm sure we'll find out how right or wrong I am. But I would say it's probably a 38, 39-foot pattern, something fairly short. I would think pretty high volume kind of in the front. The back end was pretty clean, pretty dry for most of the event, but carry down sure did come into play. So ultimately what I was seeing was you had a little bit of room to work with, but it was just a pattern that just requires some good execution on your shots. If you didn't have good shot execution, there wasn't a lot of miss room, especially not left. And right certainly had some good out of bounds to it, but I found that compared to the squads I watched yesterday, I think that the squad this morning threw a lot more urethane, I think, and people tried to kind of stay out and to the right a lot longer if they could. I had a pretty decent look, pretty far out to the right for, I'd say, most of my games, till probably I'd say 6, 7, 8, those games in there. But I think that it's scoreable. It's just touchy. If you have some consistency and you have your accuracy on point today, I think you have the ability to get some good scores going.
Mario Quintero, who we've been following essentially for the first 3 games now with the front 6 on 19 and 20.
He has got that accuracy.
He had a game, his first game was on 15 and 16 when he went strike, and then 6 consecutive 9 spares before catching a double. I think he did throw the first one in the 10th. He ends up shooting 210.
Yeah, and really this pattern, because of how unforgiving it is, the spare game is the grind. If you can grind out some solid 2-0s, 2-teens, even when you don't have maybe the best ball reaction, but you can keep the pocket in front of you enough to, get 9, get 8 with a makeable, you'll find a couple of pairs that are broken down well for you, and you'll capitalize on some strike strings for sure. It seems like he's doing that on a couple of games, but had a coach back in high school who used to say, especially on hard shots, that if you get a strike, you're lucky. If you get 9, you're happy. And I think this is one of those patterns.
Oh, wow.
Slightly untraditional, but probably exactly how he drew it up.
Wow, I've never seen that. That was like off the, it seemed like it was off the curtain. That's what it looked like.
I think it was. Something came out of the back. I wish I was looking right at it as he threw it, but I heard the bounce.
Carlos Forza next door over on 15 and 16. 2 with a solid game. So it looks like it's taken 2 games for this squad as a whole, I think, to get comfortable or even feel somewhat comfortable, especially in comparison to squad 3. And I think for a lot of what you just talked about, we mentioned that earlier, just the continuity of the squad. Seemed like everyone's going to kind of play a particular area, which the right portion of the outside part of the lane is inviting you to play there to a degree. Which type of bowling ball and how you get it there is obviously user choice at that point, but everyone did, it seemed like, make that effort to do that, righties specifically, and then there were righties chasing it in as the block went on. I mean, in 8 games is a long time. I think sometimes we forget, like, there's a lot that's going to go down in 8 games.
Yes, yes. Eight games really is a big block. That's the usual format for most PBA regionals, even some of the larger events. But it's kind of crazy conceptually, because even though 8 games is a lot of games to bowl, it goes quickly when you're trying to catch a pace for a score. Like 8 games seems like nothing when you're 100 down after 2 or 3. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that the lanes as they developed, at least in Squad 3 this morning, they really did start opening up after, I'd say probably about halfway through Game 2 is when I finally started getting, an extra board of Miss Room, which I would have taken all day during Game 1, because Game 1 was not forgiving at all for me. But, once you get, enough urethane down the lane, you had a little more play on the back end. It wasn't as jumpy. You didn't have a lot of over-under reaction, or I should say, you had less over-under reaction than during practice. But this squad looks like they're breaking them down well. I think that there's a couple people who are going left. I mean, I see a lot. I'm just kind of scanning down the scoreboards here. There's a fair number of people with strings of, 4, 5, 6 or so. And a couple of them are playing deep. A couple of them are playing, outside and using that inviting line. So I think there's a lot of ways to play this pattern, but I think the breakdown really makes it interesting for a scoring pace.
In the booth with Tyler Masterson, who bowled in Squad 3 earlier this morning. Watching live coverage. This is Squad 4 of the 19th New Mexico Open. We have 5 squads total. We will have 1 more tonight. We had 2 yesterday on Friday. All with the goal of, or the player's goal, to get to the top 32. So bowl your 8 games, post a score, hope it's high enough to get a spot in the top 32, and then double elimination match play will begin on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Oh, I'm sorry, 8 a.m. Mountain time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Adrian Hare. She had a really good start to a game. I think it was Game 2, maybe Game 1, and just ran into some trouble the last 4 frames.
Yeah, I think it was Game 1. She had a pretty hot start. And yeah, so all the staff at Tenpins have been great this week, and I know that Mike puts a lot of time into this pattern. I've known Mike for a few years. Of course, being Adrian's dad, we've run into each other a lot, and he's such a nice guy. And I think that he takes a lot of pride in making this very hard.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is great. I mean, I think that high-scoring patterns are awesome when you've got it, but I think that you learn a lot from hard patterns. You evolve your game more. And so I think he's done a great job with this pattern, despite my scores on it. But he does year after year. It's pretty good.
How much had you been able to, or were you able to bowl before coming to bowl this term?
Well, not as much as I would like, but I bowled a couple regionals over the last couple months. I live in Omaha, Nebraska now. It's my understanding I was the only Nebraska entrant this year, which I found a little surprising. I believe when I ran into Steve the other day in his very, very Australian accent, "You're my only Nebraskan," and I would not dare try to repeat the accent here. But, and I was a little surprised by that, but I bowled a couple of regionals. I was in Kansas City a couple weeks ago. I mainly bowled the Southwest region stuff, even living in the Midwest region. And before that, Edmond, Oklahoma. So I bowled on some harder stuff, and probably I'd say the last month and a half leading up to this. But not as much practice as I was hoping to get into it, which I'm sure is what everybody says.
Well,
we always want to bowl more.
Push a little, or push a lots. And go crossover Brooklyn and carry.
I would have taken that all day.
Front 8, Mario Quintero.
Putting on a show on the live stream.
Well, that's a good example, although he never seemed uncomfortable. He just had an issue carrying to start, and I think he made a small hand-like adjustment.
Hi, Jeff. This is the man who's running the scores and is keeping all of the scores together. So shout out to him. I bowled a couple of JBTs while I was down here. He is an amazing tournament director. I know he helps out the crew here to get this, to keep this going, and it's awesome to see him again.
Yeah, he's put in some years too.
Oh, yeah.
And not just here, but obviously with the JBTs. Another good break on the left lane.
Starting to think that lane 19 just has some good stuff on the left side.
It might be.
I'm a little jealous because I did not have that on lane 19.
How would you? How do you assess? Like, how would you assess your tournament performance overall? All things considered, like not having a lot of time to practice.
Yeah.
Not a full timer, if you will. So how would you assess it?
Overall, I am very pleased. I'm the type of bowler, I don't like to get mad when I bowl. I don't get upset over, you know, poor execution or a lane breaking down or maybe the oil pattern isn't exactly what I expected or anything like that. So I'm kind of a happy-go-lucky type, so to speak. But anytime I get a chance to bowl is just awesome.
Okay.
And so to come down here, bowl a tournament like this, see a bunch of old friends, I am completely pleased with it. We always want to bowl a little bit better, and I feel that, you know, the comfort level that I had was a little shaky game one. I wasn't executing shots well. I just didn't feel comfortable on the lane. I wasn't 100% confident in what I was throwing. I got that back like game two. Game two and moving forward, I started feeling that confidence again, just in, you know, where I was on the lane, what my line of sight was seeing, and I got that comfort back. So. You know, I ran into some trouble on game 7, and really I think that is what ultimately kind of, you know, did my tournament in. I just hit a somewhat tricky pair and then, you know, mixed that with just a couple of mental errors on some makeable spares and just some misses on strike shots, you know. When you say it only takes one game to keep you in it, also can only take one game to knock you out of it. And I unfortunately found that today, but overall, I'm pleased with the performance. I think that it got better throughout the day, but you know, not the results I was hoping for, but something that I can take home, I can work on, I can, you know, add into my knowledge base and just continue on from there and go to the next tournament and hopefully know a little more than I did last time.
Do you get a chance to see whether you're bowling a tournament locally or practice or whatever, Aaron McCarthy?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know her very well personally. We have a lot of very close mutual friends that do know her very well. But yeah, I bowl a Wednesday night scratch draft league. Occasionally she'll sub on that. I ran into her at the Masters this year with some of our other friends that we were staying with. So she's cool and a great bowler. She's a lot of fun to watch. Like, she has a cool style.
She does.
Yeah.
She does. Erin is so great, and I get a chance to spend a lot of time with her when I'm on the PWBA tour.
Oh, sure.
And she just made the Tour Championship show.
I saw that.
Actually, I guess earlier this week. Wait, what day is today?
Today is the 18th, I think? 19th. Today is the 19th.
Yeah, or Monday.
Yeah.
Is it Monday?
I want to say so. CBS?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Is it Monday or Tuesday?
It was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and so
The show was Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, weeks kind of just, you know, blend together, I imagine, in a job like yours.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I've so the last couple of PWBA stops this year were in Des Moines, or technically Waterloo, suburb of Des Moines.
Right.
I think. I'm not from Iowa, so if anyone is out there and can correct me, please feel free. I've only bowled there once, but I have several friends who live in the Des Moines area who bowl on the PWBA tour. Sarah and Brittany Smith.
They were there?
Some friends from Wichita. I know Chloe Chechko was there. A couple others I'm probably missing. If I forgot you, I'm sorry. I still love you. But yeah, it was great to, you know, follow the scores, see along. I was originally going to try to go, you know, watch a couple of those, see some old friends, but before I drove down to Albuquerque from Omaha, I stopped in Colorado to see my family. So I think my mom was pretty pleased about that.
Well, I'll tell you who else is pleased, and that is Mariana Hernandez, who has been watching Mario Quintero for these first 3 games. He's got the front 9, and on a lane condition that doesn't seem like it could produce such high scores. Now, I'm on record as saying I thought we'd have maybe at least a couple this week based on what I saw from Squad 1, but let's see what Mario has to offer here. Quintero.
Go.
Oh, great shot.
That
Great
really
shot.
was a good pitch. That was a good one. I think that's a pretty good example, though. You know, this pattern doesn't require much on the outside to just wrap a 10 like that. I really thought that was going to check up, though. That was a good shot.
Those are really good shots, and he is now one mark away from having the tournament's highest score. Actually, no, wait.
There was, what, a 268 in my squad, maybe? 260 something.
And of course, I gave him the black cloud.
Is that live stream jinx I keep hearing about?
That's what that is.
Maybe that's what happened Game 7.
It might have been.
Well, I'm going to use that as my scapegoat. Now's my chance.
Great game nonetheless by Mario. I know he'd love to have that 10 frame back. That gives him the 267. Someone, man, I thought someone shot 270. But maybe not. Maybe not. Dwight Burns had an opportunity, and shoot, someone else had spare, and then I thought they got the first one in the 10th to get into the 270s. I'm gonna look for my, where's my C squad score? There we go. Maybe it was Ed Smaglik I'm thinking of. He shot 258 that game.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's still a solid game. I mean, realistically, I think that any game you have over 230 on this type of condition is just something you can put in the bank and grind out a couple 190s, maybe low 2s.
Oh, there it is. Found it. Michael Fitzgerald, 279. Of course, he shot plus 231.
Yeah, he was crushing it. He was on the pair to the right of me, and Adrian just left a little bit of a swish 7 there, which is just kind of an unfortunate break. I mean, that's kind of the hit you really want. Of course, burying it is always great, but yeah, Mike Fitzgerald, he had a really good day. He was on the pair to the right of me, I think it was, and he just had a good look. I think he switched equipment a couple times. I probably only noticed that because the last ball I saw him throw was not really like neon green, but it was pretty bright. So hard to not see it when everyone else is throwing, purple hammers, a pitch black. It sticks out in the crowd.
Yeah, not to promote any brands. I'm not affiliated, but he did. I think he was throwing a Paragon Pearl, I think that's a newer track release.
Oh, okay.
And he shot 279. And I think, and I meant to ask him this, I'm glad we brought this up. Thank you to Moselle and Clash and 2 for the help on Michael's 279 game. He got to 19 and 20, and I'm guessing that something just didn't look right. And I know also he was dealing with maybe some thumb issues. He was taking tape out during that game. He ended up shooting 168, but he wasn't throwing that same ball. He had switched to like a Rhino Pro, then tried something else on the field, goes back to the Paragon Pearl, at least that's what I thought it was, and went back to shooting 250 plus.
Yeah. And that's a tough one, I thought that the urethane look was pretty good, and I'm not a predominant urethane player. I wouldn't consider it my A game. I would probably hardly even consider it my B or my C game, but it's a game on my list nonetheless, I guess. But there were a couple shots I maybe had a fill or I was off of an open or something like that, and I tried to get into reactive. I just couldn't find a good look with what I was trying. So I think that the people that I saw that were throwing some sort of Pearl or maybe even some hybrids, but mainly Pearl reactive, really did look pretty good on that deep line. I didn't see a lot of people in that type of equipment playing straight up. But when you say that he had that Paragon Pearl and he switched back to it, probably made a zone change left, and
he did keep moving left.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, he was crushing it. He just had a really good reaction off the end of the pattern, and when you find that zone and you just have that sweet spot, that you have that much angle, you just have room to work with. So it kind of loosens up your swing, gives you some flexibility. You're not trying to force the shot, and when you're not in there early on in the squad. Sometimes it's hard to just convince yourself, all right, it's time to make that equipment change and a ball change from, a couple people I saw went from urethane to a solid, urethane to a Pearl, move, 4 zones left or something, and it's just, it's hard to make that consistent.
We did get some scores dropped off by Jeff Hemer, and after game 2, Dylan Taylor, the 2021 champion, is the leader at plus 16. Again, Dylan Taylor, the leader at plus 16. Hunter Mays is second at plus 12. George Gawson is third at plus, actually no, there's a 3-way tie. for third, all at +6 with George Gosson, Darrell Ratliff, and Joe Romero. Mario Quintero was 6th at +3, but he's now going to be +70 and probably the leader after 3 games. Dante Rivas and Daniel Romero tied at +2. 8 players are plus or better.
I think I saw a couple of other pretty decent scores. I didn't quite see the 10th frame, a little far away from where we're at, but looked like there were maybe some 240s, I think, going into pace to the 10th. So I think there were some good scores that game. Looks like lanes are finally starting to open up a little bit.
In your experience, not just at this term, was this your first year bowling this bottle?
No, first year in about 8 years, but I bowled probably 3 or 4 years back when I lived down here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in your experience, whether it here or even some PBA events, which you have experience in, how important is it as an individual, right? If you watch how the squad is kind of developing as a group, like your squad was a really good example of that. It was kind of easy to follow, if that makes sense, right? Everyone's starting here. We know we're going to end up here. And then, I got to figure out how to score the best. And then sometimes you get squads where it's just everyone's kind of everywhere in a sense. How do you as a player from an experience perspective try to navigate all of that stuff and ultimately say, okay, I need to do this, but I can't do it the way I may normally would try to do it?
Yeah, that is such a great point and a great issue to raise. It's easy for anyone to come watch a squad and make their own game plan. They're like, this is what I'm seeing, and this is what I'm going to do about it. The one thing that I've learned from the professional events that I've bowled is that who you're bowling with matters. And the bowlers who are in the squad with you really does matter. So I can compare, bowling, kind of your Sunday morning, 6-game qualifier, stepladder final type tournament, local type stuff, or even some
something like that.
Sweeper type things, or maybe even a couple like handicap sort of tournaments, things like that, where the bowlers who are there are not necessarily the regional or touring pros who have a style of play or have a way of breaking down patterns to make it good. So I think that when you get into that sort of situation, it's harder to predict what's going to happen. When you're bowling regional stops, just, I'm not the bragging type, but strictly from the experience, Francois Lavoie is here this week. He and I have run into each other several times over the regional tour season.
Southwest region,
and we were paired together for the Masters, all 3 squads.
Oh, snap.
So when I get to watch him, it's great. You get a good look at the lanes. Plus, a lot of these regionals are people who regularly bowl tour events. They're always on hard patterns, PBA patterns, challenge patterns, USBC sport patterns. So I think that when you do that regularly, it just makes you a better bowler. And I would say the breakdown is just better at the pro level events. Because everyone tends to kind of play the same way, so that when the lanes can start breaking down, you're kind of making the breakdown how you want them. And sometimes at the non-professional events, you don't really see that. I think that this tournament is such a good caliber tournament. I mean, I think that Steve is fantastic when it comes to marketing, when it comes to getting the prize fund he's been able to get, and to get the bowlers here he's been able to get. A lot of the big names, the national touring pros that are here, there's a lot of events that they could bowl across the country. And, if you have a $1,000 or $2,000 top prize fund, they may go opt to bowl something else. But instead, they're coming to Albuquerque and Rio Rancho, New Mexico to do this. So in my experience, I think that seeing the lanes evolve pair to pair, squad to squad, really they can be very, very different. I think we had kind of talked earlier about, maybe the yesterday squad didn't use as much urethane. This morning, I grabbed the wrong urethane 4 or 5 times because there were so many of the same urethane on the rack. And I think that was fairly true across the house. So I think that, your style of play is just different. Some squads are going to break down where they want it outside more. Others, they just want to play that deep line. So being able to kind of formulate your own plan and not commit to just one mindset of this is what I'm going to do and this is all I'm going to do. You got to be able to adapt. and kind of change your game plan as you just see, you know, I hear some people say, play what the lane gives you. Don't fight the lane. So I think that's a huge takeaway from a tournament like this.
That's great stuff. I appreciate that. I said the same thing about the urethane portion this morning. Like that, it's got to be more. And Squad 1, I thought yesterday had a pretty good share. Earlier today, it was for the majority Purple Hammer, Pitch Black. Are you a representative of a particular brand?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm a free agent.
All right. So then I can ask you this question.
Yes.
All right. For you, just, you know, and I don't know which urethane you threw, but you can tell me here in a second.
Sure.
And I asked this to the chat, but then I had to step away, so I'm not sure if people really answered. I did see one, but I was curious, since the majority of the urethanes being used were either Purple Hammers or Pitch Blacks, if people had a preference on which one they preferred. It could have been brand related, obviously, if they represented a particular brand, but
sure,
it was fun to watch to a degree for the majority of what we just talked about. So which urethane did you throw? Do you have a preference?
So I threw a Purple Hammer.
Okay.
I'm a little bit new to urethane. It's not something that I throw regularly. It's not something that I've ever, you know, said, this is what I throw. This is how I do it. So when I punched that ball, I went into my pro shop, Matt Tomsu out in Omaha.
Okay.
Great guy, great shop. Love going there.
Is that a Mockingbird?
It is. It is. Yeah, he's helped me tremendously get to where I am as well. I mean, there's a lot of people I could thank. I'll spare you all that time. But yes, he's really helped me develop the arsenal a little bit better. And I walked in, I said, you know, Matt, I would be naive to think that I just don't need a urethane anymore, because I've always just made reactive work. I said, but I can't just ignore that urethane is a game that I need to, yeah, especially bowling on tour. So, and that was when I decided to do it. I was like, these stops are going to get messy, and I just need something reliable. He said, Purple Hammer, hands down, get one. I said, cool, I'll pick it up when you call me. And so that was what I was throwing today. And I was telling Adri a little while ago that this is the first, probably the first tournament I bowled where I started with urethane and I pretty much stuck with it most of the day. It just had a decent look for me. It was an okay. I mean, I obviously did not go +2, you know, team. So I use that phrase loosely, but it at least gave me a look that I was comfortable with and felt I could control. So I saw a lot of people throwing Purple Hammers. You know, I know that those rules are kind of changing a little bit.
Right.
And so I'm impartial to different brands. However, I will say that I did see a fair number of Pitch Blacks. I think I saw 1 or 2 Pitch Purples. I don't know if those are still being made. I'm not an expert on equipment.
Someone mentioned Pitch Purple, but I think they were asking or thinking that someone was throwing, which ended up being a Purple Hammer, was a Pitch Purple.
And I definitely did see a couple of Pitch Purples, I'm sure of.
Okay.
But not a lot. That was certainly not the predominant. I think that the primary I saw was the Purple Hammers. I'm not saying they're better or worse. Mine works fine. I just happen to see a lot of them because they're purple and they're easy to see.
Yes, typically yes.
Pitch Blacks are, you know, they can be confused with a lot of things. You know, an NV Tour, or, you know, really scuffed up, you know, IQ Tours.
Right.
You know, so those are a little less, I guess, unique looking. But I've seen a couple of pink hammers. I see one on the rack on 17 and 18 right now, at least I think. Looks like a pink hammer to me.
Yeah, JD Nance was throwing one.
Yeah.
When did he bowl? Friday morning.
Friday morning, yeah. JD is so good.
Probably the last one, or maybe the same one, I should say, because he threw one last year as well on his way to a runner-up finish.
Yeah. And, you know, I was glued to that live stream last year because I couldn't make it out down here. And so, you know, for 2.5 days, I was glued to some screen listening to this live. And, yeah, so it was great to hear.
In the booth with Tyler Masters. By the way, how long do we have you? I know you're obviously watching Adrian, so I don't want to.
You got me as long as you can put up with me.
Okay.
I've got nowhere else to be. I mean, she's got 2 games on this end, and it's not like she probably wants to hear what I have to say anyway.
So at least until the flip.
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair? Okay.
Absolutely. I'll stick around as long as you want.
All right.
I appreciate you having me. This is a lot of fun. I always love, you know, watching other bowlers, talking bowling with people. You know, I'm not EJ Tackett this year that has, you know, 6 championships. So, you know, what I say may be taken with a grain of salt. But hopefully we're at least, if nothing else, providing a little bit of entertainment.
Well, learning about or hearing from other players, especially if you bowled in the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we got a front 5, I want to say, down there on 13 and 14. I don't know who A is.
Trying to lighten the mood around here.
I asked if they wanted me to announce, and they said no.
Come out what?
I was trying to see if they wanted me to help them announce. They said no. No?
There are entry requirements.
I feel like I have them.
The day is young.
That's right.
Front 5, you say?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, there it
I
is.
think 13A, it looks like.
Okay.
I mean, we got some good strings. I think I'm just spitballing here, but it looks like lane 11's got a spare and a string. A couple lanes have some decent starts to them. So, I mean, I'd say that the pattern is scoreable because people are scoring. So,
Jeremy Thomas, good to hear from you, my friend. Hope all is well. Thank you for what you do.
looks like we have, if I may give one quick shout out.
Sure.
If I may, it looks like a Bald Brothers Bowling just joined in on the chat.
One of best name in bowling.
What's that?
I thought I knew the best name in bowling, but they took the cake this weekend. Changed my view.
So I think that I kind of become a little bit of an adopted bald brother, despite the faux hawk and these devilishly handsome good looks. So one of the Bald brothers, Keith Schneider, is my tour roommate.
Okay.
He came out with me to a lot of these stops, or I should say I came out with him because he's been frankly bowling better at several of these than I have. But he runs an awesome page, and he has some cool highlights from Kansas City when Francois Lavoie won and just made it look easy. So thanks for tuning in, Keith, and all of the Bald brothers out there. Glad that you're enjoying what I'm having to say.
I got so many questions for Bald Brothers Bowling.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and just guess the first one. The two people who run the channel are bald-ish. I think there's some hair there, but I think they go bald, and they actually kind of look like brothers. They really do look similar. So they're both great. It's Keith Schneider and Troy. I'm drawing a blank on his last name. But they're great people. I've bowled a couple of tournaments in the vicinity of them. We cross paths a lot. Keith, obviously, a good friend of mine, great bowler in his own right. And he is actually kind of prepping for the PBA 50 tour. Sorry, Keith, not to call you out on that. But he's very, very good. I think he's looking to make some good things happen probably here next year, year after. But he's loving the regional tour as far as I know. At least he keeps going. So, Troy Whitmarsh. Thanks, Keith. Shout out to Troy as well. I'm sorry I forgot your name.
I'll be sure to watch PBA 50 when it's time. And I tell you, I've watched here and there, of course, being a part of Bowl TV. Mm-hmm. And so, talking with the crews and our guys who are out there often, and then just doing my own, watching as a fan briefly. That is a tour that you just don't go out there and win. That's
nothing's given to you.
That's just not happening unless you're a John Janowitz, which
that's a different story.
Janowitz.
He's John Janowitz. Like I saw him at the Masters for the first time. I'd known the name, but I'd never seen him bowl in person. It's a different experience to see him bowl in person. He is just a nice guy, and he throws it so well. Mm-hmm. It's just smooth. It's consistent. Ball changes are seamless. Just awesome to watch him bowl.
My favorite part of JJ is watching some of his facial expressions or reactions.
Yeah, I really like his
after a shot.
glasses. I like his glasses.
And you know,
They're
he's a
pretty cool.
fashionable dude.
He is.
Loves
Guy-
desserts.
The guy knows how to rock some fashion, that's for sure.
He knows how to rock fashion, and he knows where to find the high-end dessert restaurants. Or,
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like there's some stories behind that.
Listen, you know, of course, he's a world traveler.
Right,
He's
right.
been
Team
all
USA.
over the world, competing Team USA, and also working with Kegel. So he's traveled a lot, and you know, he runs lanes, creates lane conditions, oil patterns, etc.
Didn't know that. That's good
Yes,
to know.
yeah. So you could. There's many people who want to put up a or create a tournament. I'm sorry, and they may call Kegel and say, "Hey, can you get some help? Can I get a little help with tournament pattern creation?" And more than likely, they might talk to JJ, and you know, they'll be like, "Okay, what are you looking for?" And he'll you know, get the parameters out. And
That's awesome.
next thing you know, you got yourself a graph.
Well, anyone listening who's ever bowled on a John Janowitz oil pattern, now you know who to be mad at. If you aren't sure if your oil pattern is a John Janowitz pattern, you know, please put a comment in the chat.
Yeah,
We'll find out.
And you know, and I may be, you know, and I don't want to make sure I say the wrong thing, but I know that for a fact. Like, we've talked about that in the past, where people will call and he will help you with figuring out how to get, you know, if you're looking for a certain scoring pace in your event.
Sure.
Okay, you know, what are the factors? He will take all of that and help you create something.
And I have heard that before. You know, a lot of
And many
tournaments.
people at Kegel actually do that.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's not an advantage sort of thing. That is, hey, we want this event to have, you know, really high scores. Who's going to not miss at all, right? Other ones, you know, maybe a little less so. We want people to, you know, play different areas of the lane throughout a squad. Like, you know, there's different ways to make that happen. I find that, you know, the engineering behind oil patterns is really, really fascinating. And, you know, you can definitely become a student of the game just trying to understand oil patterns, viscosities, topography, all kinds of stuff with big words that are almost mostly above my understanding level. But for sure, that's great to know. And what a bowler he is. So certainly makes sense knowing that he builds the oil patterns and then crushes them when he bowls on them.
Yes, yeah, and I don't know if he ever bowls on the stuff that he creates.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that would be like the obvious conflict of interest in that
Oh,
situation.
sure. I would think that if I built a pattern, though, if I
But he does test it.
I was going to say, if I ever, you know, were the person to build an oil pattern and acknowledging that I would never be eligible to bowl an event on a conflict
Right.
basis for those patterns that are laid down, it would be cool to build one and then bowl on it. You know, just in the training center.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would want to do the same thing. I got on the topic of JJ. I mentioned him and forgot about the dessert part, so I'll end it here. Everywhere he goes, he always finds like whatever the high-end dessert. Like, we're not talking about crumble. All due respect to crumble, they're great.
Every dessert's got its place,
Nothing
man.
bundt cake, they're great. But talking about another level
Yeah.
of bakery, if you will.
It's, yeah.
And, you know, like team trials is a good example. He bowls team trials. And, like, I feel like every other day, of course, obviously great place to eat in Vegas, right?
Yes.
JJ will drop something off. And you get the envy of the rest of the people around, because if you get a special package from JJ, it's generally going to be good.
Oh, yeah.
And then you draw the ire of others. You're like, well, that's a JJ package. Like,
And
I
then-
want to get a JJ package.
And then you become desirable. It's like, I need
Correct.
to know you so that I can get the JJ.
People want to look in the box. And I'm like, no.
This is a surprise,
I cannot
because if you
share.
go there, it's not cool anymore.
Appreciate y'all, good people. That comment is pinned, Lonnie. Thank you. Good question, too. All scores from each squad are posted at the pinned link at the top of the chat. I am in the booth with Tyler Masterson, who was kind enough to join me. I literally just met Tyler today. We didn't even get a formal introduction, honestly. But Steve Mackey and I were watching him bowl during Squad 3. And then Steve said, you know, Tyler, he went into a little bit of background from the New Mexico perspective and then mentioned that you were an attorney. And I was like, well, that's really cool. And then I called eye contact with Tyler, and I asked him, or someone had said real estate, and then actually Adrian said in the chat, he did a little real estate attorney, then he said that and like 28 other parts of law.
Pretty
and
close.
He was standing behind when I was going to take a photo for the tournament staff, and said, hey, Tyler, why don't you hop in for a minute? And he graciously said yes.
Oh gosh, the pleasure is all mine though. This is a lot of fun. I always told a couple of my friends that if the whole law thing never worked out, I always wanted to do like commentating. I always thought that would be such a cool job. Not that I'm great at it, just it would be cool.
It is cool.
And I think Adri also said, she handed me a note right after that last game, and wants to know if we can just do a new poll and vote her into the finals. Just automatic wild card position, maybe. So I am the messenger. I'm a little bit biased since she's one of my mentors,
Sure.
but I am passing on the message, and to the extent I am not bowling tomorrow, I vote yes.
If anyone may have a question or two for Tyler, he did bowl the tournament. We've been talking about obviously his experiences, what he saw from his squad, and then kind of comparing what we're seeing now versus Squad 3. Squad 3 was a hard comparison too. It was also the highest scoring squad. And as Steve Mackey mentioned this morning, it always is the highest scoring squad, despite people thinking it's Squad 4 based on time selection.
Yeah.
I would choose this squad because I wouldn't want to wake up early if it were me.
You know, mistakes were made. Bowling that 7 a.m. squad. I'm an early morning guy, though.
It's perfect for you.
Yeah, I like to get up at 5 a.m., have some coffee, play with my dog a little bit, and then go to work. So, but the original plan, I think, was that because I came down here, Adrian and her husband Brian Hare, they kind of talked me into coming back, seeing everybody. So I'm staying at their place this week.
That's nice.
So it has been such a nice reunion, and it's so funny because their daughter, Ellie, she was, I think, 3 years old when I left, and I babysat her while I was in college and bowling down here. So when I saw her the other day, she walked in, and I mean, I can only imagine what my facial expression was, but
Sure.
I certainly couldn't believe it. Adri said, man, I wish I had a camera. And since then, they've had another little one, a little boy. He's awesome. We've had a great time this week. It's making me remember what it's like to be a kid, and boy, have I been loving it. But, the plan was that we were both going to pull the 7 a.m. squad, but for one reason or another, she was in Squad 4, which I think probably worked out pretty well. She's getting a decent look. Probably saw a little bit of the morning squad and was able to adjust her own game plan, kind of like you said earlier.
Right.
How do you form a game plan based on what you're seeing versus what you're feeling? I think that she's kind of exemplifying that. So I think she's modified her game a little bit. I think that she went to reactive, which is something I'm seeing a little more of now. I'm not seeing as much urethane as I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't look like it was as much urethane as I thought I saw like game 1. But a few people getting into reactive. They're on lane 18. Brian. Yeah. It's good stuff, though.
That was a good shot, too, unfortunately. Nope. I haven't seen a lot of breaks. And to be fair, we've seen across the buildings, like sometimes the breaks don't go our way, obviously, and sometimes they do.
Yeah.
But I do think game 1 was like just a trying game for almost the entire group, to where you were just hoping to get out of there unscathed, if you will.
You just want to get off the pair. You just hope that whatever pair you're going to, they threw enough stuff to make your line better.
Speaking of that, we do have some scores after game 3. I look forward to hearing about this cheesecake that Keith was telling you about.
Yeah, let's do some score updates, and then
All right,
if
cheesecake.
you want to, or you want me to talk about cheesecake.
I do enjoy cheesecake. Yeah, we'll do scores first.
Yeah.
And let's a quick opportunity at Josh Tahiri, who's been struggling. There's been a few people where I just don't ever expect to see them struggle, and obviously patterns in tournaments like this, will force anyone or make anyone to a degree struggle sometimes. So yeah, I saw Brian Halen struggle Friday morning, or Friday afternoon, which was kind of strange to me. Didn't expect to see him struggle.
Yeah.
But again, the pattern can do that to you. Mariana had a question on Mario's progress, and he should be letter C, I think. Right. So if that is him, small struggle this game, but he is working on a double and could somehow pull out 2-teen with the next 2 strikes if he can do that. He's heading into frame 9. He's going to be on the right of your screen when he steps up next in the 9th frame. Shout out to Darrell Ratcliffe, who has been who was pretty solid throughout. He did have his low game of 162. He's bowling in front of us. Stephen Wood has been solid. His dad bowled earlier. He always performs well at this event, putting in work, actually. He's doing something that a lot of people aren't doing, and we're going to talk about that actually in just a second, because he's kind of an outlier to a degree.
Striking?
Well, that would be 2 then. Striking and how he's striking, how he's playing the lanes.
Yes.
Didn't see a lot of that, or at least haven't seen a lot of this squad. Maybe squad 1 yesterday morning. There were some folks around 4th, 5th. They were pretty early in the block. All right. As we thought, Mario Quintero leading the squad after 3 games, after shooting 267. He is at plus 70 overall. Then Carson Opella. After a slow start, he shot 170, and I watched that actually on 23 and 24. He then shoots 222 and 243 to get to plus 35. Hunter Mays is 3rd at plus 32. Then in 4th place, Joe Romero at plus 4. And folks, that's it for the people who are plus in this spot. David Haynes and Brett Wolf both are at minus 20. Tim Eichhorn is minus 21, and Tim is bowling on 17 and 18, trying to finish out a strong game. Dylan Taylor at minus 25. He's the 2021 champion of this event, and he's currently bowling on 23 and 24. Scott Ashley is minus 26, along with Sam Pinge, and that's your top 10. This is Tim Eichhorn now clean through 8 on 18. He had a nice finish at the Cactus Classic in Phoenix. You should bowl that term, by the way.
You know, I was really disappointed because I really wanted to this year. I heard about it last year when I was watching this live stream, and I think it was, if I recall, a week or 2 after this tournament. It might have even been the next weekend.
Last year was, yes. It was September. It was a couple weekends after.
Yeah, and so it was very, very tempting to me to try to get out there and bowl it. You know, at the end of the year last year, I had been having some knee problems. So I had an ACL reconstruction a few years back, and they had to take out some more scar tissue, and they did that in January. So I just hadn't bowled a lot at the end of last season. But I was hoping to go do it this year, and was it beginning of July this year? 1st or 2nd? Nah, it wasn't 4th of July.
Yeah, it was right before, the end of June.
End of June. I think
Last
I had
weekend in June.
Yeah, I think I had another tournament that I had already committed to. Because originally I had anticipated it would be around the same time, but I think they moved it earlier this year. So unfortunately I wasn't able to make it, but I really am hoping that next year I'll be able to get out there, because it looks like a well-run tournament, and I'd love to bowl it.
Yeah, Theo Duthe does a great job.
Yeah.
Speaking of that tournament, Jason Lowry, who just checked in, is saying hello. Shot 300. Talking about tough lane conditions.
Yeah. Congratulations, Jason. That's an accomplishment, man.
Yeah, he shot 300 to ultimately make the cut. And I think it was the last squad before the Desperado.
Yeah,
if
there's
my
just
memory serves correct.
Something so satisfying about that. Like, shoot 300 to make the cut. Usually you want to shoot 300, of course, to be #1 seed, but You know, if you're in that position where you need to, you know, do or go home, it's a good feeling.
And listen, I still don't know how he did it. I watched it.
Yeah.
That look just wasn't out there, but that's a credit to him. That's when you can, you know, sometimes you come up with something. I think he tried a different ball, made a change, and something he hadn't used, and was like, you know, let's take a risk.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose, and pushed all the chips in, and got a nice reward in return.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, sometimes you just get to that point in a squad where it's like, you know, I don't know if there's really anything for me to lose by making, you know, going 2 balls up and moving 18 boards left. Like, maybe that's a look I just was trying to ignore all day.
Other event in Phoenix upcoming. Carl Ong has been in the chat throughout the day. He too from the Phoenix area. The Agent Ong Open. It's another 10K event coming up in October, the 19th through the 22nd. That one's got multiple qualifying squads those first couple of days too. So another event one should be interested in. I don't think Theo is bowling though, Scooby, this year. This event. He did bowl last year. He dusted the shoes off, he told me.
Also, Scooby, some lawyers are good people, you know. I mean, I'm trying to break that mold. I think that I'm pretty approachable. Sometimes can be funny, or at least I'm funny looking. So
that's a good point. Like I guess there are some occupations, no matter what level it is,
just get a bad rap.
It's just an automatic, you know, negative.
Yeah, it's like, I mean,
a sad face, sad
really
emoji.
Wants to sad emoji? Who really wants to call a lawyer? You know, I think that the happiest stuff that I do, you know, well, this is going to sound dark. I do some estate planning now, and I wouldn't say that's exactly a happy law, but you know, people are usually, you know, they want to talk to you,
taken care of.
Yeah, you want to get their stuff taken care of. You want to get things in order, and they're usually happy to get that done.
It's a hard combo, I imagine, sometimes to have.
It is. You know, because that could be depressing conversation sometimes, and you know that doesn't always, you know, make me happy when I have to have those conversations with people. But that's why I like, you know, helping small businesses, because usually when a small business calls you, they say, hey, I either want to buy another company, I want to expand. Hey, I need you to look over my lease, or, you know, things that are, you know, helping their business grow. So sometimes they are happy to call you, and those are the phone calls you love to have.
Okay.
I wish they came a little more often, but they do come sometimes.
You know what has come more often here for Stephen Wood here is strikes.
A couple of good ones too. In fact, I'm pretty sure there are 8 of 9 good strikes so far.
Watch where he's at.
Yeah, he is deep.
A 22 at the arrows. Of course, once we key in on him and tell the whole world to watch this 10 frame. 2, 4, 10. It is makeable, but you get the idea, right? And so right now he looks to be doing something that really no one else is doing, which might be to his advantage.
I think so. I mean, I think there really is just a sweet spot of getting ahead of where that track is getting burned on the pattern, versus getting so far ahead of it that you're ahead of the transition too far. I think that he was playing it well. It looked like he had a great read. I think he was ahead of where other reactive resin players are right now. But he had a good look. It's still a great game. Kind of a disappointing finish for him, I'm sure. You know, you never want to have a string like that and then open in the 10th. But 240, it's a very respectable game, kind of no matter how you get it. So get the pins where you can on this pattern for sure. But he really is deep. He's probably the furthest left I've seen, probably entirely.
64 for Brian Bledsoe to finish things out. And Carlos Forsman got to 202, I think. It's 212 on this pair. Chris Mays is over on 15 and 16, and he's actually bowling. Looks like he and his brother are bowling next to each other throughout the day.
Oh.
Adrian Hare will be the last to finish up on 21 and 22. Oh, she's waiting for 22 to come back on. Gotcha. All right, so let's go over to 13 through 16 for a moment. Roberto De La O just moved over to 15 and 16. As we set to finish up game number 4 here. This is squad 4. Tyler Masterson in the booth. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We got the New Mexico Open. Steve Mackey has done it again. Somehow he keeps exceeding or surpassing, you know, records that they set various years, and now new record on prize fund, entries around 210, and first time they've been over, I believe, 200 the last couple of years. The post-pandemic years, from an entry perspective, were a little low, but now back over 200.
Yeah. And Steve does a great job getting this tournament together year in, year out. And you always hear about it. He's called me probably, I'm guessing, almost every year since I left, saying, "Hey, Tyler, you're going to come back and bowl?" You know, and you know, frankly, I took a little step away from bowling. You know, with school, as intense as that was, just didn't really have the free time to bowl. Then you start a career where you feel like you really just don't know anything about anything. So, you know, I felt like I needed to devote a lot of time to that, and just didn't have the freedom to have fun when I was bowling. And bowled the Open Championships last year with my mom. She had been trying to get me to go to the Open Championships with her for about a decade. And just, you know, because of school and everything. No excuse to not bowl with your mother,
Right.
Everybody out there listening. But it just got me back in it. We bowled in Vegas. She said, "Tyler, we're going in July. Take the time off. I'll see you there." I said, "Yes, Mom, I will see you there."
Right, that was pretty much, you better be here.
Yeah, yeah.
Or else.
Yeah, that was her way of saying Tyler Alexander, but saying it nicely. You know, when a mother uses a middle name, it's not usually for anything good, right? But we had a blast. I didn't bowl particularly well, but it's the first time I had bowled a tournament and really put up any sort of, you know, competition sort of style in probably a few years at that point. So it just reminded me, hey, I've got more in this tank that I'm not ready to be done with competition yet. And that's when I decided to focus more on practice, get some quality coaching, some lessons, some mentorship, and do what I can on some part-time tour status. So, Mom, if you're listening, thank you, and I love you.
How about that? That's what's up. Taking a look at 13 through 16 here as we've reached game 5. Just waiting on 22 to finish up. Then we'll see. We'll keep our eyes again. In fact, you take a look as Stephen is about to bowl here, I think, on 17 and 18. And get another good view on how he is playing the lanes at the moment. Don't see a lot of people, and we're getting to that point to where we're starting to see just about everyone make their way through the building, especially come down to the high end. Hello to Matthew checking in, and everyone else perusing this Saturday afternoon. It feels like nighttime, and that's probably because I've been here for a while already.
And the day is so young for you, because you're here for the night squad too.
I am here.
Right?
I am here.
That, you know, traditionally ends what, around midnight probably,
Yeah.
depending on maybe some delays for re-oils, and you know, we have a couple lane breakdowns right now, so you know, part of the usual structure of a tournament. It happens. So well, hopefully you get stocked up on caffeine.
Well, I did go across the street. Now, I'm not a huge caffeine kind of person, but I have incorporated coffee.
Oh yeah.
More into my what I would call my live streaming diet.
Yes.
Regimen, if you will. You might have even moved further left.
I think he did. Wow. You know, I've always been a coffee fan, but I've realized that the caffeine itself really doesn't do anything to me. You know, maybe that was due to law school, maybe not. You know, it's like, you know, just hook up the IV of caffeine and just let me be. But I've always liked coffee. It just doesn't really give me like that boost of energy that I think it does to some people. So I'll probably be around a good chunk of the day. So as soon as you need a refill on whatever it is that'll get you through these streams, man, you just let me know.
I appreciate you. I appreciate that. I was talking about earlier, I wasn't able to have my I usually have like a snack regimen. You know, I'll get X, Y, and Z and make sure I have it in my bag. And I didn't get a chance to get any of those things, so a little bit behind the times, probably because I had a long week on the way here or just prior to coming here. And then everything that I would have, like, that I bought for the previous week, I had to leave at home because I couldn't fly with most of it.
Right. Yeah.
So I was like, oh. But powering through is what we do. It always helps again because, you know, at some point, right, we come across a Stephen Wood who is doing something that kind of is bucking what everyone else is doing at this moment. So you can kind of key in on that, then kind of analyze it to a degree and figure out, you know, hey, what's he using? I think we kind of figured out why he's doing it to a degree without asking him. But
yeah,
hey, why not bump left and see what happens? Or his dad was playing left too. His dad bowled squad 3 with you. Right. And he was already around 3rd, 4th arrow game 1 as opposed to the rest of the field in relation.
Sure. And yeah, it's such a good point. You know, I had this conversation with a friend of mine, one of my best friends, Sean McManus, back home. If you're listening, shout out to you, buddy. But he's recently gotten into competitive bowling with me, a fairly new bowler into competition world, and we were talking about that for lane play. You know, when you see another person on your pair, what they're doing, what they are doing may not work at all for you. It may not do a thing. But if you analyze their style of play and can convert that through some synthesized, you know, equation of your own, to say, okay, if, you know, Stefan is, you know, 30 left, you know, he's sliding at 30 or 35 and, you know, 20 at the arrows and, you know, 1 at the break point, then, you know, what does that mean for you? Can I shore up my angles a little bit? Can I do a ball change? Can I mimic a ball reaction that he might be having? So I think that's an important skill for, you know, competitive bowlers to have.
Carlos has moved over to 19 and 20. His first strike comes in game 2. There's so many more smiles just across the building. Because I'm telling you, folks, and I tried to describe the mood as best as I could for the first 2 games of this squad, and it was not pleasant. There was, you know, it just had bad vibes.
It was intense. Yeah, it just wasn't great. But, you know, this is one of those patterns, I think, that, you know, the longer you bowl on it, it does open up more. I think there's maybe a sweet spot, at least from what I, you know, experienced, which, of course, is different from everybody else. But my experience was, you know, I would say between games like 2 to 6 or, you know, 1.5 to 6, 2 to 6, somewhere in there, you know, there was just more play. You had more options available to you. After game 6 and before game 2, it was a little bit harder, I think. You know, you had to be really precise. You probably had to have the right rock in your hand. And if you didn't, you were probably going to pay for it. Right. You know, probably get a couple lucky shots, of course. I think we all did. I didn't see anybody crush every shot they threw. But, you know, it's kind of demoralizing. You know, when you start your squad off, you know, $140, $150, or even, you know, $150, $180 for some people. That's sometimes just a hard mental hurdle to overcome sometimes, and it just kind of changes the vibe of the squad. It's a good-looking strike. See a lot of left-handers, it seems, in this tournament. I don't know the exact split. I don't know if Steve keeps track of those statistics of left-handers, right-handers, two-handed lefties, two-handed righties, no thumb righties like Mike Miller. You know, any of those sort of stats, but. It just seemed like there's a lot of left-handers here.
That would be a nice, and I can't look at this roster and go through it because I would have no idea, but that is a nice, would be a nice thing to think about, because I think you're right.
It would just be interesting to know. Right. I mean, you know, I'm not sure that it really would do any good other than informational purposes, but it'd be kind of cool if maybe like on the entry sheet, you just ask, you know, are you left-handed, right-handed, no thumb, with thumb, etc. Little questionnaire. Do some marketing research. Fortunately, 22 has been down for a while. Looks like we're kind of icing the kicker a little bit. The staff sure has been great here. I know that, you know, whenever you're dealing with machinery, problems can always happen, but they've done a great job trying to, you know, minimize times and get everything running to keep this thing running smoothly. Especially these Saturday squads. You know, you start at 7 a.m. I think last squad usually finishes somewhere between 11 and midnight. Like you got a lot of things that can go wrong, and if they do, that time sure compiles on each other.
Scooby, if you're referring to Hunter Mays here, it's another young and I would say up and coming player. He and his brother Chris is on 15 and 16 just next door.
Saw one of the comments that Tyler probably has some M&Ms on hand. I still owe you a cheesecake story.
Yeah.
And one question I wanted to ask you is, you mentioned the snacks that you bring for your live stream diet and regimen. What is your go-to snack? Like, what do you got to have in the bag that you just need?
Such a good question. I feel like it changes every week.
Got to keep the variety, right?
Recently, I've always enjoyed trail mix, so I try to keep that. You know, I try to balance the healthiness with, I guess something unhealthy, for lack of a better word. So trail mix is in the bag. I try to keep a Welch's fruit snack, and I'm very partial to Welch's.
Okay.
Like a lot of people are.
Right. They're just so good.
You know, Kind bars. I do like a Luna, kind of the nutritional bar deals as well.
Oh yeah.
Typically lemon. And from a snack perspective, that's about it from a live stream perspective.
Yeah. Those are the go-tos.
Or apples, some kind of fruit.
Okay. Wow, you do keep it healthy. So
I try.
Keith knows.
My wife doesn't play.
Right. Yeah. So Keith from Bald Brothers, he knows that my go-to snack, for some reason or another, I couldn't exactly tell you why, is I always have like one of those theater box style things of M&Ms.
This is a big box. Oh wait, you were eating these early.
I probably was eating them on the live stream.
You had plain. That's right here.
Yes.
You're just to my left.
Just grab them out of the backpack, and the box is convenient because they're not going to get crushed. They're not going to, you don't got to use your hands. Just dump them in your mouth, and I guess like in my mind, it's like throw a strike, have a couple M&Ms. It's a little like a reward. Then the occasional squad comes along where you don't get a strike, and you feel like if you just hit any pins, you get some M&Ms. Other times, you just have a couple full boxes of M&Ms when you leave. But I guess that has evolved and developed into my go-to bowling snack. Not healthy at all. I think that's the unhealthy part of the trail mix you were talking about. I skip straight past the protein right to the sugar.
Oh, I love that story. You got to get some balance, though.
Yes, I do. I should probably mix in maybe some Butterfingers, maybe some Twizzlers, something else unhealthy, a couple cheeseburgers. I really probably should, do some trail mix, couple of those health bars, Probably should do something other than what I'm doing.
Oh, Brian Bledsoe's figured something out here. He's got 4 in a row.
And that was looking pretty good.
This is game 5. There's Hunter again. So
if you and John Janowitz ever end up in Kansas City together,
okay,
there's a place, I want to say it's called like Hooligans or Hoonigans or something. I'm sure Bald Brothers will post this in the comments and correct me. But they had the best vanilla bean cheesecake I think I've probably ever had. And I'm not like a big cheesecake guy. That's not like my go-to dessert. I'm really not much of a dessert guy, apparently, other than M&Ms. But that being said, I think that you might be able to one-up him a little bit, or at least, give him a run for his money if you take him there and get him a piece of that cheesecake.
What's it called? Hooligans? Hooligans?
Hooligans sounds right.
Okay.
Bald Brothers, put it in the chat, will you? Because I am just at a loss as to what it was called. The cheesecake was so good, I just erased my memory from the meal.
I do enjoy cheesecake, so I will have to put that on my list. I don't know when I'll be in Kansas City next, though. Maybe next year, potentially.
Okay.
For the last 2 seasons, I've called the Great Lakes Valley Conference Bowling Tournament.
Oh, okay.
Which has Central Missouri, Kendry, Newman.
Yeah, a lot of good schools.
Those schools in that conference,
yeah.
And I believe Kansas City or Central Missouri is the host for next year, and more than likely, with Kansas City kind of being that next or surrounding major city,
right?
That probably would be hosted in that area.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And so I'm gonna think back to this conversation.
Yes, you let me know when you're there. I'll drive down to have some with you.
Okay.
As it's that's about a 3-hour drive, but I tell you what, it's worth every mile.
That is even better.
Absolutely.
22 is back up and running, and it didn't stop Adrian Hare, though. She put up 2 strikes in the 10th. She's working on a triple.
She made a ball change on that one. I think that's a DV8. Maybe I'm probably wrong on the model, but maybe a misfit, I think. Looked like it had a little shine to it, so she probably made a zone change and gave that one a whirl.
She shoots 210 after the delay. And 23 and 24 will be off and running. Mariana Mario has moved over to 23 and 24. So this will be the last game I'll be able to really update you outside of course, telling you the scores overall when we get them, because he's going to move down to the low end after this. Seems like the only issue with Stephen Wood here is, oh, make it. Nice job, my guy. Well, the issue wasn't despair. What I was going to say was, if he gets into trouble, that leave or combination of something like that is something that might get him. But if he makes it every time, it's all good.
It matters less if you cover it, right? I will say, though, like, a 2-pin combination was a very easy leave on this pattern. I mean, you hit some patterns where you just know that whether you miss outside or inside, you know, you're probably just going to go face or, you know, swish a 2. But this one was very easy to leave a 2-8-10, a 2-10, you know, bucket combination, something like that. And that's just part of the pattern you're playing. There's the left-handed version there on 17. Hit a 3-6-7. Looks like he's in urethane too. I'm just kind of trying to gauge, you know, how many people are still in urethane, because this is going into what, game 5?
We are in the game 5.
In game 5. And so I would say that in my squad, this is probably around the point, you know, somewhere in game 5, where a lot of people that I originally saw throwing urethane moved left and started throwing reactive. You know, some were doing that well, some, you know, not so well. But that was where I saw the decision was, let's not throw urethane anymore.
Did you see? Wow.
Oh, what a bad break.
Did you see Francois late in the block? Were you near him at all?
Yeah. We were 2 pairs away from each other, I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I may be absolutely butchering this, but I want to say that he was throwing a pitch black for most of it, but he seemed pretty deep with urethane just a couple times I looked over. But I think, I don't know what game, it might have been 7 or 8. I thought I saw him throwing, I think, an Eternity. Looked like it had some polish on it. If I recall, that might be a pearl ball. So he made that switch left kind of last couple games, and I thought his last game was pretty good, but I don't know how good. It looked like he had a couple on a string. But you know, when your own game is tanking a little bit, you tend to look a little less at who's really got the string going.
I noticed as I was, you know, as he's moving left and just trying to keep an eye on him, that it felt like, as he still got into games 5 and 6, and even though he had moved left already, he wasn't, you know, 20, 25-ish left, but he had moved into the track and obviously still throwing urethane. And still obviously understanding his understanding of what he needs to do to make that be a success. I'll make it again.
Oh, man.
But I was like, man, he's still throwing urethane. He's still moving left. That's impressive.
Yeah, and so actually, it's funny you mentioned that, because I just made a guess that he was still in urethane, and I just kind of walked by his pair, kind of saw where he was. And probably around the time that I was on, maybe like 19, I actually made a jump inside to see if I could kind of, you know, mimic that track area. I mean, we obviously throw the ball a little bit differently, but I liked where his ball was reading. So I thought, well, maybe moving in with urethane is okay. I mean, I don't really think that's like your traditional style of urethane play. You know, that's usually a down and in style of shot. But it looked like it was working well if you threw it slow enough. You know, you kind of wheel it a little bit. But yeah, it was pretty good. It was nice to see some urethane work happening instead of just straight up the gutter.
All right, we got our scores after 4. By the way, folks, there's no one like Jeff Heemer.
That is a fact.
Mario shoots 201, so he's still the squad leader at plus 71. David Haynes shot 279 in game 4. Well, that's the biggest game of, or ties the highest game of the day across any squad, or the tournament, I should say. That was huge, too, for one David Haynes. 196, 177, 207, then 279. Carson Opella, 170, 222, 243, 200. He's third at plus 35. Hunter Mays, who we are watching currently on 17 and 18, is fourth at plus 34. Legendary Brett Wolf is fifth at plus 18. Dylan Taylor, again the 2021 champ, sixth at plus 2. And Dylan is now on 21 and 22. And 6 players are, again, plus here this squad.
Scanning through the squad selection sheet, and it looks like the eating squad's got quite a few, you know, I mean, everybody who bowls this tournament is good and of course is considered a professional bowler. But there's some pretty, you know, well-known names coming up here in this eating squad. I saw, of course, Tez Shank is going to be here this evening. He was, I think, last year's winner, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That'll be good to see him. Trey Ford from Texas. He does a lot of Southwest regional stuff. I want to say he won a regional this year, but I could be wrong.
Trey's been at it for a while. Like, I mean, he's probably just now making 21. That's like legit. Like he started bowling, I feel like, tour stuff early. He was one of those young players who was out there cashing and winning regionals in his teenage years.
Yeah, he's. I had probably my first encounter with him probably in Wichita this year. It was kind of an earlier season regional, and that was my first time seeing him bowl. As he throws a good ball, he's fun to watch. I mean, I know there's several people from the Southwest region that bowled this tournament. Obviously, you know, Frankie's here, Trey, Chris Kelso. He won a tour stop a couple months ago in Colorado Springs. I think it was his 3rd title. He and I were paired together in Kansas City, and we hadn't really seen each other probably since we bowled Mile High Tour back in the day. So it was really nice to bowl with him, catch up with him. You know, he's always fun to watch. He throws a cool ball.
Mark from Plainview Bowling Center said Trey Ford won the New Mexico Open spot. That was given away.
Oh, cool.
In Plainview, Texas.
Awesome. So is that like a sweeper sort of tournament to get the entry? Or?
I'm gonna assume so, but Mark, if you wouldn't mind sharing how you incorporated the New Mexico Open spot into tournament running.
That's really cool. That's the first one I've heard of that was, you know, a non-10 pins and more in Rio Rancho qualifier sort of event. So that's awesome to hear that centers are doing that.
Josh Tajiri starting to find a little bit of something. Representing Bay Area Pro Shop. He's got that on the front of his jersey, does Josh. Good, oh my goodness.
Take them all, man.
What?
Love that.
Wow.
Love it. Man, Stefan is really wheeling around it deep, and he's so close to making that 2-pin trip.
Where is he in the standings? Minus 44. So, sorry. So the tough game 1, 138, 174, 202, 242. So I'm curious, of course, now about where he was playing when he started, because he's obviously made up a lot of ground. But if you are going to struggle, I mean, game 1 is kind of that perfect time to do it.
And it's kind of interesting, at least from just a mental game perspective, that it's almost better to have a bad game early than late. I kind of experienced that. I had a bad game early and a bad game late, so that just is a double whammy. But I think I went like 156 game 1 or something, and it just wasn't a great feel, great look, any of it. But later in the squad, just kind of, if you just hit a pair that just doesn't really fit what you've been able to adjust to so far, and you don't have any continuity of your adjustment, then it gets tough. So especially his game 1, I think he said 138. I think the hard part about these tournaments is if you can just avoid shooting a 130, a 140, a 150, something in there, those tend to be the games that can kind of tank it for you. But he's been doing great, making a comeback. Only minus 40 after a start, and he's got a decent look, decent reaction. So I think he's making the right moves.
That's a good point too, Mariana. I think Steve mentioned 19 and 20 being a pretty solid pair. He said his favorite pair would be if we combine lane 17 with lane 24. That would be his favorite pair in the build.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. Like 24 is an odd selection to me. I would say though, I obviously haven't bowled here in a few years. They've actually put new lanes in since the last time I bowled here. But the old lanes are all I could really attest to. But I really, really liked 1 and 2 and 7 and 8. I have no idea why. That's probably not traditional for most bowlers. But 1 and 2, I think I've seen so many 300s and 800s on 1 and 2.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if Steve has the statistics to say whether it's like that's the pair, but I've seen a lot of really good scores on 1 and 2 here. What I have noticed though, and I'm just kind of, scanning down the scoreboards a little bit, I see one string probably around lane, I don't know, maybe like 13? No, it's probably lane 11. That was kind of in the middle of the game, maybe 4 or 5 in a row, but I don't see a lot of solid strings other than lane 20 and 21. Everywhere else has just kind of got maybe some reaction problems, some over-under they're dealing with, but those are the only strings I see currently, which is a little bit of a change from the last few games.
Well, Brian Bledsoe has thrown some good shots, and he's taking his breaks and trying to develop this game into something. He's had a couple of tough games surrounded by a 223. And is a strike away from getting himself an opportunity to get into the 270s. With a great performance in the 10th frame. Stephen Wood with a strike in the 9th. His max is now 210. That's a good 8 count.
For sure. Just unforgiving that far out, so I would take that.
As the coaches used to say when I was little, that's a lot of wood there. That's a lot of wood.
It's a lot of wood.
That's a good 8.
It's a good 8. I like that.
That could have been 3, so that's a good 8.
Whenever you miss the head pin, you have a hard time telling yourself anything about it was good, but there is such a thing as a good 8, as we just saw in 17, missing the head pin.
Hook.
A hard 6. Yeah, covered it up. He's going to, be on, what, 240 pace? 230 pace? Oh yeah, 240 pace.
Mariana, yes. Mario has gone. Open, spare, triple, and he's working on a 4-back.
I think he left an 8-pin. A pretty rough 8-pin, it kind of looked like, but he covered it up nicely.
So he's got 105 in the 5th frame, working on a spare. So 1 open through 6, and still in good shape as the leader.
He really has a nice throw.
He does.
I like his release.
Watching this, watching today, well, I guess both squads yesterday too. Just continues to, we had that urethane combo. Nice spare by
Oh yeah,
Mario Chavez there.
great shot.
Watching that, I'm gonna assume Hunter went over the line. Is that what happened?
You know, I actually didn't see it.
I saw him. I saw his body go forward.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that was what it was. It's a tough break on a spare.
What was I saying? Urethane conversation.
Yes.
That, I want to just get a urethane piece as well. And now I'm someone who's just really got back into the game, specifically bowling, the last couple seasons of league. But I'm getting the wherewithal to kind of want to go and bowl, you know, be somewhat prepared to bowl a tournament every now and then.
Yeah.
So, but I'm like, okay, well, to do that, you're going to need to get a urethane ball, at least 2 to try them, right?
Sure.
Just to get that same thing we were just talking about. If you're unfamiliar with it, it is obviously a part of today's game, no matter your thoughts on it.
Yeah, regardless of the opinion.
Very
it's
wide-ranging opinions on that.
Absolutely.
But it is a part of the game, so if you're going to compete, then you got to at least be able to kind of decipher how it may work for you. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does to some degree. Whether it's minimal, major, maybe it's typically only a good for a game and a half. Maybe you can be like Francois and figure out how to use it for almost the entire block.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably ultimate urethane mastery right there.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got an awesome release, though. Like, it doesn't surprise me that he was able to make urethane work. That was really good. But, you know, it's... I know there's a lot of debate about urethane, and you know, whether you agree with rule changes, whether you don't, whether you think no one should be able to ever throw urethane ever again or only throw urethane. I think that just because it's part of the game, I would hate to be the type of bowler or, you know, see somebody, you know, give up pins, give up lane play, give up a good look, almost in, you know, revolt of, you know, urethanes. And to some degree, that's where I was. I had just never really thrown urethane. I was always able to find a way to make, you know, some, you know, weak reactive ball work or something like that. But it really is different, though. Like throwing a urethane well versus throwing a reactive resin well. You know, it's if you're not used to throwing it and it's not part of your usual rotation in your bag, it's kind of hard to see a good line, make your hand and your mind kind of line up for that. Oh, tough break there for Stepan, though. It almost got better.
Make sure he gives himself that extra pin that did fall.
Everybody needs it. Score correction.
That's gonna come in handy later.
Oh yeah. You know, it's funny. You know, the later you get in the squad, the more those every single pin really counts.
There are 3 people tied at +9.
That's
if you love ties.
Yes.
And making me stay later.
Who is it? A full 1-game roll-off or 9th and 10th frames? You know.
I just said I meant to go through the rules earlier at the start of this block when I saw the final standings.
I meant to read the rules, but you know, people might call me the worst lawyer ever. I actually did not read the entire rule sheet because it was given to me about 3 minutes before we started, and I don't read that fast. I think it used to be a full game roll-off.
In a what I would call a normal situation, in any tie that I've seen at the professional level, especially if it's a spot advancing to match play or a new round, it is a one-game roll-off typically. Again, but this is its own event.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have multiple squads, I think it makes that would make sense to me for sure.
I don't see it here, so I'll send Jeff a note. I'm going to assume that it's a one-ball roll-off. Now, ironically enough, we were talking about Aaron McCarthy earlier, and on the Tour Championship TV show earlier this week on Tuesday, she was a part of a one-ball roll-off. And she and Verity Crawley tied at 267 or 268 in game one. Opening match of TV, they tied. Verity could have doubled to win. Said she went strike 9, spare to tie. And then Aaron, who was the higher seed, went first in the roll-off. She struck. And then Verity unfortunately got 6.
Man, that's tough. You know, I mean, you shoot 260 and effectively lose.
It was looking back on it now, after I just replayed that in my mind on how that went. It was kind of like on brand for the week because it was a higher scoring week, right? Had 2 patterns that were very high scoring early.
Yeah, it seemed scoreable.
Tour Championship pattern was scoreable. It wasn't as high scoring. But watching players lose with 260 or 250 in match play was actually common.
Really?
For the week, yes.
And that's intense. I mean, as a bowler, you know, it's that's hard to deal with, really. Like, you know, you maybe miss twice all game and you lose. Sometimes that's just hard to deal with. But when you have a shot that is playable and high scoring, you know, you need to take advantage of the strings you have. Good cover up there.
Oh, sorry about that. Try to get a little bit of 21 through 24 here as they finish up these last few frames. There will be a little bit of waiting for 19 and 20. They have to wait for 21 to 22, of course, and vice versa. So we'll get you over to 17 and 18 in a second. That's Dylan Taylor. You've never seen Dylan Taylor bowl, and your first reaction is probably the same like anyone else's who's never seen Dylan Taylor bowl. They probably would say either like something like wow, or that's interesting, or
how about that,
or how about that.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. But in the grand scheme of it, Dylan Taylor is just a straighter or down and in type player.
He's
who
plus.
Repeats what he does. And that's kind of like the greatest thing about bowling.
It is. I mean, there is no. I think that one of the best examples of that, in my opinion, is Jacob Buttriff.
Yeah, it's great.
He kind of, I think, epitomizes like what every coach I ever had says don't do. Yet he does it consistently and crushes it. So I think that if you're just a bowler who maybe has, I'd just say, a unique style, you know, if it works for you, then adapt your game around what works for you. Don't try to recreate the wheel, because what I think a lot of, you know, the national tour guys will show you is that there really just isn't, you know, one way. You know, you got Stu Williams, who has just a really, really short follow through, which is slightly non-traditional. You know, you've got the two-handed bowlers, of course. You got Jacob Buttriff, who goes, you know, across the other side of his face with his follow through, and kind of an interesting slide sort of aspect to his game. And he's a great bowler. I love watching him bowl. So if you've got a unique style, harness it, use it, be consistent with it. And I think Dylan Taylor really does a great job of being consistent. You're right.
And Cash just, I mean, probably said the best part really about his game is that he doesn't miss spares. And
which is integral on a pattern like this.
Yeah, which is why he's always, exactly, the people who are often the threat on tougher lane conditions, typically speaking, especially if you don't have a high strike percentage, are those who can make spares. Because you mentioned it earlier, way back when we started this conversation, about being able to grind. And there is a period of this squad, every player has had to grind, no matter what squad you bowl.
Yeah.
There's going to be a couple games where you just can't put together 3 or 4 in a row. And you've got to be able to sustain your spot in the standings, or at least save a game to a degree with spare shooting.
I think that's one of the things that I think that I probably learned that lesson most aggressively from tour patterns. You know, I think that there's always the mentality, maybe when you start any tournament that you bowl, that, oh, I got to strike a lot, I got to have high scores, I got to average 240, 250, 260. And there are some patterns that is just not the case. Like, I wouldn't even take a guess at what the cut will be, but right now it's in the minus 30, 40 range as the current standings are after 3rd squad, somewhere in there. And so I don't know exactly where the cut will land, but I mean, that is obviously not a 240, 250 average. Sometimes grinding out a game where you just shoot 2-0, even a 180 or a 190 is a good grinding game, because you just maybe don't have a look on a pair to give you that solid strike shot. Maybe it's just a low scoring field, whatever the case may be. That those grinding games, I think, are a little bit undersold for how important they are. Just because you shoot 180 doesn't mean you bowled bad. It means that you probably bowled very, very well to keep a 180.
It's a great point. And to that point, by the way, Mariana, 211 for Mario. So he is in complete control. He is controlling his own destiny to the utmost. But he will be moving to 1 and 2, where we don't have any cameras down on that end. So he's going to be on 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6. But I will keep you updated via the standings as I get them. So feel free to have us on in the background, and I'll keep you updated as best as possible. Well, Josh Tajiri, who again struggled, a couple 140s, couple 150s, but it'd be nice to see him get to 250 here, and he can do it.
He's coming back strong. Looks pretty good. Oh, got a swish 7-pin. Just a little light, just didn't quite check up enough to get that 7-pin down, but he's still got a good game working. Joshua, let's see, if he converts this, he'll be in the 230s. So he's got a good look to make up some ground here for sure. I didn't look, too closely, but it looks, generally speaking, like that game was a little lower scoring pace than the games before, at least on this end of the house.
I don't know if you noticed. Well, you probably did notice it because, well, last night I had Jeff Hemer in the booth, and it was actually during Game 5, and again, same situation, right? And I've been doing this for a while, and I can feel when the energy of the squad is kind of off.
Yeah.
And it got weird Game 5. You could tell by the scoring pace. People take a little bit extra time trying to figure out what actually is happening. And there were 2 games of 200 or more. Last night, squad 2 in Game 5. And it showed. It felt like it.
Yeah.
Today, your squad, same game, there were 15 games of 200. You kind of take what you will from that, right? It's just an interesting number. It's an interesting observation, if you will.
Oh, yeah. Good stats.
But to me, this morning, again, going back to how everyone kind of played the lanes to start, everyone was comfortable a little bit earlier, so you never really got to that point. Here, it was actually a little bit earlier. I thought games 1 and 2 where everyone had no idea maybe what they should be doing.
Yeah.
And then they settled down, and we started seeing the scores go up a little bit Game 3.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's a great observation. I mean, so what's so interesting about this style of tournament, though, is everyone obviously is bowling a different squad, and there's 5 different squads to choose from. You mentioned, the players that are in certain squads versus, maybe the average of those bowlers in that squad versus other squads, or just who's playing the lanes and how, right? But so I bowled a couple of the sweepers this week. I think I bowled the first 2 on Thursday, I believe. And lanes are just playing very different, So you can't always judge your whole game plan based on, and, same pattern, and everything was laid down. But your game plan on the day that the lights go on versus leading up to it just can change drastically. But what I did notice, particularly in that sweeper, was I was thinking, you know, somewhere around game 4, maybe even game 5, like there is just going to be a weird transition. Of course, in the sweepers, there weren't as many people on the pair, not as many balls going down the lane. Maybe people were trying different things they wouldn't try in tournament play. But it kind of just looked weird in the sweeper. Like, wow, this is going to be a tough transition. And I don't think it's really disappointing. I think it is a tough transition to decide, okay, get out of urethane, go to reactive resin, or just keep moving left with urethane like Frankie did, or just be stubborn and keep doing it like I did, even though it wasn't working, or just make that jump and go to reactive. That's a hard choice to make, but I think, you know, that game 5 is probably around the time it seems to be happening on average.
Tyler Masterson has been in this booth with me for, shoot, I don't know, probably a good 4 games at this point.
It's a blast. I'm having a lot of fun.
Now, Adrian did make the move, so do we need to depart?
I'm here as long as you want me.
Like to depart it? Or how about this? We'll get through this game, and then I'll say, you know, go check in on her, see if she's doing, and if everything's good, you're more than welcome to return.
I appreciate that. It's not often you get an open invitation on a live stream. Yeah, this has been great. I mean, I've seen a lot of the streams that you've done, and you always do such a great job. So it's a real honor to be in the booth here with you. Give you a little commentary on the history of how I got here, seeing some of the bowlers, the faces. There's so many good bowlers down in Albuquerque, and it's just been incredible to, you know, see so many old familiar faces. I think CJ Patterson, I think he was already on the live pair, but he went down a few pairs down now. He's probably on like 9 and 10 by now. He won the TAT this year. I don't remember which division, but I think he won the TAT a few months back. And to my knowledge, he still lives down here. It was great to see him again. I forgot to ask him if he's still here, but yeah, a lot of great bowlers, old familiar faces, regulars of the New Mexico Open. Got a couple of good looks here on 17 and 18. I know there's some open frames, but the shots themselves look pretty decent.
Josh Anthony was making a joke that having 2 spares in a row felt like a double.
And you know, last time I checked, I'm pretty sure Steve gets this tournament sanctioned by USBC every year. And I think on this pattern, if you get a double, I think they still give you patches, don't they? If not, they should.
I believe one has earned a patch after bowling in this for 8 games.
Yeah, if you get a double on this pattern, I think you should get a patch. And if you don't, write to your local USBC representative.
Coming up on 4 p.m. Mountain, so 6 p.m. Eastern time. How's everyone working their Saturday? What's the plan or plans? Maybe it's already happened. Maybe what you had to do has already been scheduled and completed. Maybe you've got some more work to do this evening. Maybe you're going out tonight, right? Maybe where you going if you are? Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
Holy smokes!
Is that a washout conversion off the wall?
What?
That was cool.
Wow. That was a very interesting way to make the super washout by Brad Harvey. He sent a messenger.
Off the wall to the 10, maybe?
Off the wall. And the 6 kind of went late, and then I think that messenger did come out and clip the 10 ever so lightly.
Pretty sure that's textbook. Just how he drew it up. It's always fun, like when you go to centers that just have, you know, the type of curtains that give you those weird bounce outs. Or even those good mixes off the wall. Sometimes as a bowler, that just makes you happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to a degree. If you leave something, or, you know, maybe your carry percentage can improve just because of that. Maybe you make a spare or 2 that maybe you would normally make, but you get an opportunity to make it.
Yeah. I think Bolero in Overland Park is a center that has, at least in my experience, a lot of just bouncing pins out of the pit. There was a regional there a couple weeks ago, and I tell you, not only me, but there were a lot of bowlers that just had the weirdest bounces and very, very weird leaves. I saw a guy throw at a 7-10, and the ball bounced out of the back and would have hit the 7. Or sorry, he left the 10 pin, converted the 10 pin, but the ball bounced off the curtain and landed on the deck. In fairness, he throws it very, very hard.
Right,
but, you know, I left a, this was one of the coolest things I've ever failed at. I think I left a 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. I whiff pretty much the whole thing, nail a 10 pin, it bounces out of the back and takes out a 3 pin. Sounded a lot like that too.
Hopefully lane 22 is all good. I'm gonna do my best. Let's see if I can make something cool happen real quick.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's see. So if this works properly, this is going to be slow to start. All right, so here it is. Here it is, folks. Watch it. Watch it. Boom, boom, boom.
6 off the wall. I'm pretty sure that if you get any of the Kegel training books, that is exactly how they show you to pick that up.
So he probably would have struck on his first shot the way the ball entered the head pin.
I'd say that's probably pretty fair.
And then, of course, with that, get a little pin action there, off the wall, into the 10.
But hey, a spare's a spare.
Let me ask you this question. How are you in the sense of an event like this where you post your score and then, you know, you got to wait it out, right? If you know you're not, or your score is questionable or you're going to be on the bubble.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So, you know, unfortunately for me, I'm not in that situation this year. I'm confirmed to not be in the cut this year. However, that's kind of a hard mental thing to overcome sometimes, you know, because at that point, you know, the ball is literally out of your hands and it's in someone else's. So your fate is up to the rest of the field. So I think that it's, you know, some people do different tactics, different things for their own mental game, but some people just don't want to watch the rest. They'll check scores 9 or 10 o'clock tonight and see how realistic is it looking that the cut number is going to be where they are. You know, then there's some others who will say, no, I want to watch everything. For me, it's probably more of a, I don't mind watching. I'd like to, you know, see what other players are doing, maybe give me some ideas for, you know, maybe tomorrow if I am bowling. But otherwise, I think trying to just keep your wits about you and just realize, hey, there's nothing you can do about it now. So try not to overthink it. And we got Jeff, who is awesome. Jeff is keeping us updated with scores. He loves to have fun. If there's any junior bowlers who are tuning in the Southwest area, does Jeff still run JBTs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd ever stop pretty
Absolutely.
much. This guy pours his heart and soul into the Junior Bowlers Tour to make it amazing. I know that Cortez Shank would have a lot to say. I think he's won over 100 titles with JBT.
He's on. He's stuck on 99.
Was it 99? Oh man. Well,
I think he's got a bowl or win an adult junior to get that.
He's got to get there. Well, I don't want to be the one to rub that in, so I'll recant that statement. But nonetheless, I mean, you know, Jeff puts a lot of hard work into running those tournaments for the junior bowlers. I was lucky enough to bowl a couple of them. They weren't primarily in the region where I grew up in Colorado, so I didn't get a chance to bowl a lot of them. But what I do know about Jeff is he is just a fantastic worker, and a huge shout out to him for everything he's been doing this weekend and everything he does for junior bowling to keep this sport growing keep it going for juniors and getting juniors to the New Mexico Open. I would probably say, I'd love to get a statistic on this, of how many people are in this field that have previously bowled a JBT event.
He would probably know it too, because I mean, I'm not saying he keeps track of it to a degree, but just because he's obviously been around so long and running the organization, he knows everybody that comes through here and if they bowled it or not.
And it would not surprise me if that number was north of 50%.
He said last year was like one of the finer years, or maybe like his best, like as a tournament organizer, because he had like Cortez, Jacob.
Probably Kyle King was here probably last year.
Yeah, but it was something with the finals. I think, did Jacob make the finals last year? I feel like he did.
Jacob, yeah, I think he didn't he finish like 3rd or 4th maybe?
Yeah, okay. No, I wasn't tripping.
Yeah.
And then he also, there was one mention of Cortez made his show, PBA show, Players Championship, maybe 2 seasons ago at this point, or 1 season.
That sounds right. I think it was 2 seasons ago.
And yeah, that was and he went to the show. Jeff did. So he watched Cortez perform on live television, and how that was, you know, such one of those full circle moments.
That would be special. That would be special for sure.
10-bag bowling outfitters. Hey, CJ, letting us know CJ won the Storm Challenge. Where was the, are we talking about the TAT? Or you're talking about CJ? CJ Patterson, right? Is that who you mentioned?
Yeah, CJ Patterson.
Storm
Challenge in the senior side tournament. Thank you for clarifying. I was a little bit out of the ring when I saw that post. It looked like it was the TAT. I apologize for misspeaking. Yes, he did win the Storm Challenge and the senior side.
Also, to our guy Mark at Plainview Bowling Center, he did mention that Tyler Albrock, Mason Edmondson, Trey Ford, Shane Martin, Jonathan Lawson, and a few others all won spots to this event.
That's awesome.
From what they ran up there, which was a 6-game sweeper, awarded 1 in 6 spots. So 7, I believe about 7 players.
Awesome. And Mason Edmondson, he and I were paired together today, and we moved all 8 games together. He threw the ball really, really nice. I think he hit a rough pair, last pair, but he still did well. If I recall correctly, he was plus, let's see, it looks like plus 79. I mean, that's a pretty good block for having a rough last game. You know, he bowled very well. So glad to see that came from a spot that he won. So that's awesome. So of all the tournaments that you travel to, you do the live streaming for, the places you see, the places you go, I think's your favorite?
Favorite place?
Yeah. Favorite place, favorite tournament, could be kind of a multifaceted answer.
Yeah, that's tough.
Not to pick favorites of, you know, I like only these bowling alleys. We're not trying to cut you out of bowling centers, but maybe there's just an event that you just, you know, the format that you like, or maybe a center you just like being in, different vibe. Maybe it's the city. Tell us a little bit about your favorite things.
It's a really good question. I'm so bad at favorites.
Maybe just one that sticks out in your mind is like, yeah, that place is cool. I won't hold you to a favorite. Maybe that's unfair.
Yeah, but people keep asking me that. Like, someone asked me, like, you asked me about favorite snack earlier. Like, literally last week, someone asked me that same question.
Oh.
And I was like,
well, I got to be more original.
I don't know what the favorite. I just don't know what my favorite snack is. Okay. Let me think for a moment.
I won't hold you to it right now. You think about it. Because as someone who listens to the show, it's kind of like, you know, I always like to know a little bit more about the man behind the mic.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, not because I'm here, but I was talking to one of the squads earlier. Tyler Masterson is in the booth, by the way, and he has been with me for a few games now, and I appreciate him. He's been solid and great. Appreciate his insights onto what was happening again when he bowled in the tournament, which was Squad 3 this morning, and his life as an attorney. And then don't get mad at him. Again, there's all types of ways to practice law.
Some of us are nice.
You know, so it doesn't have to be what you're thinking. You know, he's helping people close on their homes.
Trying to.
You know, that kind of stuff. There are some joyous moments. in his attorney life.
Try to be that lawyer that actually helps people.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure all of them say that.
Well, yeah, he's been with us. Man, that's a great question, sir. Well, so I was talking to some folks in the chat who were watching earlier today during Squad 3, and when I first came to this event 2 years ago, you just do a quick kind of info research kind of thing, and I learned about this balloon festival.
Ah, the ABQ Balloon Fiesta.
Yeah, and I was like, well, that's interesting. Like, never heard about that. And I brought it up again today, and I was like, I gotta get there and check that out. But just driving around here is just just a different. It's like a refresh, like a reminder of how cool the rest of other parts of the country can be. We don't always get a chance to see it, depending on where you live, right? You don't get the chance to go to the east that often, maybe.
Sure.
Sometimes you don't get a chance to go to the West Coast. People don't get a chance to get to the Midwest, depending on where they live. So there's so much of that, and I probably never would have came here if not for this event.
So where's your home base then?
Chicago.
Chicago, that's right. I do remember that now. Yeah. Yeah, so that Midwest is, definitely different than the Southwest.
100%. I mean, it's no
comparison,
doubt about
really.
it. No doubt about it.
It's interesting you bring up the Balloon Fiesta. So I moved to Albuquerque in 2011 to go to the University of New Mexico. And I lived here for about 4 years, a little less than 4 years before I left for Omaha. And the first time that I was here for the Balloon Fiesta, I didn't actually go to the fiesta, like the park where they raise all the balloons and have the actual party, if you will. But just seeing so many balloons around town. The place I was working at the time, I had a balloon land in the parking lot. It's usually I think first week of October,
right.
I think. And it's just really weird. You just see balloons everywhere. Everyone's talking about the Balloon Fiesta. It's just, as someone who didn't grow up here and experience it very, very young, it's just a unique experience. And it's so cool to see. But yes, I definitely think that you should try to get out here for that fiesta, because it's pretty unique. I've never seen anything quite like it anywhere else I've ever been. I'm sure other places have hot air balloons, but when you have several hundred in the air all at the same time in one centrally located region against a mountain range, it's pretty cool to see.
I gotta give now. I mean, are these balloons being operated by folks they own these balloons? What's the deal?
That's my understanding. Okay. I think that there are some individuals who just go buy a balloon and they learn how to operate it. I'm not really sure what the licensure process looks like. That's a little bit outside of my practice area.
They need an attorney.
They need a balloon attorney. Maybe that's what I should do. I should do a little bit of a career change. I need to be a balloon attorney. But I think that there are also some international crews. I know there's a lot of people that come from other countries for this fiesta. They do balloon competitions. Sometimes just these companies have various balloons for competitions, so they have crews and teams that operate them. Some people are just friends. They go in and buy a balloon together, learn how to fly it, and they come down and do it. So I think there's a few ways to do it. I don't think I would be flying a hot air balloon anytime soon.
No, that's why I think it's still just so interesting.
It's not exactly something that is a common hobby to have. So what do? I fly hot air balloons. Although down here that may be a much more common response. I haven't heard anybody in Nebraska say that yet.
That's a big double for Chris Mays. Strike to get him to 201. His brother is just to the right, Hunter. It was a really good start too for Chrissy. Man, it's tough when you start that well. One split and mismakeable, and you had 2-0.
Yeah. It's interesting, those smaller type of mistakes. You miss a 10-pin, you miss a makeable, and sometimes those mistakes just compound on themselves, and that can tank your score from a solid 230 to a 2-0 or a 190. But he was able to come back there, got a nice 200 even. And to say all things considered, that's probably that's a good save. Wash your hands, go to the next pair.
Unfortunately for him, that's his second 200 even in a row. And so there's probably a small level of frustration there.
Yeah. And on the flip side, there should be, at least some level of satisfaction from that too. I mean, the scores, on his pair alone, there's going to be, you're probably looking at maybe another 2-0 if lane 18 strikes here. And he goes through the face, leaves a 6-pin, so he's probably going to be in the 190s if he converts. There's going to be, a potential for a 170 and another 190. So 200 is going to be a high game on that pair. 200 actually looks like it could be one of the top 5 games on several of the pairs around us. So I mean, in context, 200 is not a bad score pace. Although I certainly can understand the frustration. You have some ground in front of you. There is a pretty good string going on lane 22. I'm not sure who C is, but he or she, I think they're all guys on that lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 6 in a row.
Hello, Jamie. Watching from Omaha. Jamie, do you know Tyler Masterson? That would be just a great coincidence if you did, honestly.
I'm not sure that I recognize the name, but hi, Jamie. Nice to know someone from Omaha is watching. At least we got a couple, I think, now between Balt Brothers and Jamie.
Hunter's got to be careful here. He is 5th overall at +4. Again, I just dropped the top 10 in the standings. David Haynes at +91 after 5. Mario Quintero is 2nd at +82. Brett Wolf is 3rd at +50. Carson Opella is 4th at +34. Hunter Mays is 5th at +4. 5 players plus on the squad through 5 games. Dylan Taylor is 6th at -4. Watch Dylan finish this out. Josh Anthony with a great shot in the 10th frame on 17 and 18. Scott Ashley is -19. I keep wanting to say Ashley Scott because that's how it's listed, of course, but
yeah,
I actually know an Ashley Scott.
Do you?
I do. She bowls. She's also in the Navy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she bowled a couple of PWA events within the last few seasons. So,
Ashley, if you're tuning in, thank you for your service.
DJ Neifel is 8th at -23. Marcos Baiza, 9th at -24. And Tim Eichhorn is 10th at -25.
I think Carlos is at Forzon. He is in 12th at -35 for the squad. He is the person who had the string on lane 22. Went a little light and no love on the 7-pin, but covers it up. So he, with a mark in the 10th, is going to be in the 230s, looks like. So he's got a good game, and he was -35. So he's going to get close to, if not B+. So he's got a good look going right now.
Jamie does know it, by the way. So next time you bowl that sweeper on Wednesday nights.
I do, but he probably doesn't know me. Very possibly. Well, Jamie, if you ever see me around, please come say hi, yell at me, throw something at me.
Refer to this day.
Yes, refer to you listen to a weird guy on the stream, and I will be reminded. But yeah, I always love to meet new bowlers, see new styles, talk to new people. It's one of the best parts, in my opinion, about bowling tournaments like this, bowling on tour, bowling wherever you can bowl. It's the people you meet.
Mariana, yes, we are still, we are finishing game 6, and we will have 2 games left. I would bet that the lower end of the building is probably into game 7.
It looks like they just cleared scores on 1 through 6, so they're about to start 7. So we should have some kind of update from them soon.
Yeah, they're a few frames ahead.
Yeah, they had a slight breakdown on 22 that I think kind of slowed the pace on the high end a little bit, but we're catching up pretty good. They're not that far behind, only about 2 frames maybe. So pace of play has been pretty good in this squad.
Hunter's got to, he's going to try his best to get a solid 10th frame. The last 3, of course, have been a bit of a struggle.
Sometimes when you're in that position, it's just the mindset of I just need to do something to give me some confidence to go into the next game with some kind of line or thought of an adjustment. So hopefully he gets it moving here a little bit. That looks pretty good. So Carlos did convert whatever single pin it was that he left, so he is going to be in the 230s. He's sitting at 225, so whatever count he gets will be added. He was minus 35, so if he strikes here, he'll get to even after 6, which is a pretty good score, if you ask me.
Well, at this point, I mean, there's only 5 players plus. So let's recap all squads currently. So Michael Fitzgerald, first, you're not even saying that, but he is first overall, plus 221, but obviously in. Emil Williams, who led B squad yesterday, he's in at plus 136. Kevin Jenkins, who is second on C squad, is also in at plus 119. Jeremy Glover led A squad at plus 113 yesterday morning. JD Nance was second on A squad. He's in. So then we go down the line. Andrew Kane at 87 over. Francois Lavoie at 83 over. Mason Edmondson at 79 over. Derek Lewis at 69 over. Chris Lawson at 68 over. Matt Zweig at 67 over. Steve Novak at 45 over. Tim Jacob at 45 over. Steve Klimpkin at 40 over. So that is the first 14 players right there. They're in. I think Ron Schloss is in at 28 over. I think Robert Marion is probably in too at 19 over. Then it gets tricky.
Doesn't it always?
It's tricky. So then we add in David Haynes. Let's just say he gets to, let's just say he stays at 91 over.
Assuming everybody were to finish the same position they're in, that puts probably the top 4 in this squad currently in the cut. So that would make us, that would round us out to what, top 18?
If we include Robert Marion at 18, we could theoretically say that would be 20 players.
20 players. Okay.
With one squad
go.
left.
And I would assume that there's probably going to be a couple of moves on this pair. I think that there's going to be a few people who are minus that are going to get close to plus. Or a little more than plus. I mean, we just saw Carlos Forzan is now even after that game. So I think that if he keeps that line that he's got going right now, pardon me, he's not even yet. He is currently throwing his fill shot. So he's going to be a little less than even. He's going to be -4 after this game, but he made a good run. He made up a lot of ground there. So he sets him up for the last 2 games. So that means if, you know, we have that same sort of ending position now, that puts maybe our top 20 players with the low of, what do we say, 19 over? Okay.
Dylan Taylor missed opportunity, unfortunately, and missed those couple makeables, but he had 200 even, could not get the first one in the 10th, so he shoots 179, and he gives 21 back, so he's now back to -25 with 2 left. This is where some players made a nice run in each squad. I feel like games 7 and 8. I watched Kyle King give it all he could.
He was getting tapped today. He
Terrible carry.
Lot of 9 cats, and I mean, he was not throwing at that. He was one pair to the right of me all day, and he throws a great ball. His release is something else. He has a lot of power, a lot of revolutions, great rotation. And he was just not getting good carry today. Felt kind of bad for him, really.
Oh yeah, I mean after a while, he left one of the worst 8-pins I've ever seen.
Yeah.
On 21 and 22. But he had a chance still, and he grabbed a 10-pin on the first shot in the 10th. If he doubles in the 10th, that gets him in the 230s, and he probably gets to plus. With good count there, he gets to plus. A strike there would have gotten him to, I think the number was plus. It might have been +9, which ultimately would have put a tie.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But again, don't forget that three-player tie right now at +9.
That could be very important. I feel like that's a number that could come into play.
In fact, if there is Brent Bowers, or Brent's listening, or Zach, or Dwayne, they know where they are in the standings, so we don't need to tell them that. Make sure you're ready to bowl tonight, just in case.
At 11:30, 12 o'clock, maybe 1 a.m.
There is one event to where, and I don't know if it was this event, maybe, but I feel like I was somewhere and there was a tie. And the tie was decided in the morning.
Wasn't it the Cactus Classic last year?
Yeah, but we were there that night.
Oh, okay.
We stayed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because I remember listening to that, but I couldn't tell you when I listened to it.
Yeah, there was a tie. I think we had a tie for the last 2 years for our final spot. It's a match play, and the roll-off did happen. But we settled it before Sunday's match play.
Okay.
But I was somewhere, and I feel like it was here where the roll-off happened in the morning.
That might be.
Before the start of match play, as to not have folks staying.
Yeah. I kind of like that.
So
kind of like that.
Let me double check on that.
I feel like there's some give and take with that. If you just came off of squad 5, you may want to keep going. You may have that momentum, you may have an ideal line, right?
Correct.
But if everyone is coming in fresh, then I think it would make a lot of sense to just do it the next day. You're a popular guy around here.
Wow. I think I'm 3 years in now, so people know me.
I think you're just a popular guy.
All right, let's check in on 15, 16. We've also got 13 and 14 there as we get you moving on to Game 7. And there will be some bowling about to take place from 17 through 24. Josh Anthony has moved down there. Dennis Brown has made his way this direction, so we'll see Dennis for the rest of the final 2 games, I should say. Mario Chavez has moved down there. Smays moving 1 pair left. Decal moving 1 pair to his right. Let's see if Hunter. Watch Hunter Mays. He's moving over to 21 and 22, but if he can make up some ground, and most importantly, probably just stay in it, knowing that he's not out of it. Had a couple of tough finishes to some games recently, but he's got the ability to turn this thing around. So we'll watch that from a very young player, 2 very talented youngsters in Hunter and Chris.
They seem to have some pretty decent looks too. I know the one from Chris was a little outside, but if you haven't had the opportunity to watch Dennis Brown bowl, he's one of those guys. I did meet him when I bowled down here in college. Super nice guy. But we were talking earlier about, different bowling styles and things like that. He has got a really interesting release. So if you've never watched Dennis Brown bowl, he does some really, really weird, I refer to it as weird, but perhaps unconventional things with his wrist at the top of his swing. But he is very consistent and a great bowler. So he's going to be fun to watch for the last couple games.
DJ Neifel is on 17 and 18, and he's been around the number throughout the day. He shot 243 in Game 5, and we'll show you DJ here in a little bit.
I tried to get the veto.
I tried to get you into the finals by vote. I don't know how the vote's going.
We really did.
Yeah. Well, I tried. I'm still trying.
I think Steve did say to Clash in that, again, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and there was one other state he mentioned that had kind of much larger presence or entry counts this year than in recent years. Not that Arizona is not well represented, because typically they are anyway, but it seemed like there was an uptick of entries. But specifically New Mexico, I think he said he had about 100 players in New Mexico.
Oh, wow. And what were the other states you said?
Colorado, Arizona, maybe the four
states
clustered, if you will.
I was thinking Texas. I thought I saw a fair number of Texas.
Maybe it might have been Texas.
Yeah. I think I saw Anthony Lavery spar here, I think, in my squad. I think
he did bowl this morning.
I think those 6 entries from Plainview are from Texas. Maybe not Plainview. Maybe I'm saying that wrong.
No, it was Plainview. That's where the center is.
Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, Plainview. It's great, the outreach he really gets for this tournament. You know, I think there were some people, I want to say from Massachusetts. I saw Massachusetts, maybe.
Oh, we
Connecticut, somewhere East Coast, I thought.
Might have to go to it.
I think there was someone here from Florida.
Last year there was an entry from Iowa.
Oh,
I was hoping to get more. Same thing for the Agent Ong Open too. Trying to work on some Chicago and Midwestern like folks to come out and bowl some of these tournaments.
Oh yeah. Oh, Steve and Tracy Novak. I didn't realize they were from Kentucky.
Yeah, Steve and or Tracy. Tracy originally is from Louisville, and of course they got married. So they both, of course, represent Kentucky these days.
Seeing quite a few Nevada in here.
Maybe he mentioned Nevada.
That might be it. Yeah, like you said, Colorado, obviously a lot of New Mexico, Arizona. Sadly, not a lot from Nebraska. I saw one. I think that would be me. Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, New Mexico, and Texas. So, yeah, he's got a... Oh, there's one from Utah, Steve Klumpkin. Couple from Canada as well. So this is an international event. Yeah. Zach Wilkins is here.
That's right.
I didn't realize Zach was here, but of course Frankie's from Canada too.
That's right. Okay, duh.
Yeah, I didn't know Zach was bowling Fit Squad, so that'll be fun to watch too. And my understanding is there were several people here from Mexico in the squad.
In this squad,
yes.
I think 5 or 6.
Yeah. So Steve's done a great job of broadening the reach of this tournament. I just think that's fantastic for the sport and for New Mexico.
From Mexico specifically, we saw a lot of the players: Antonio Urbina, Roberto De La O, Eloy Bayona, Marcos Liza, Alberto Dominguez, Dante Rivas is from Mexico. And the previous leader, Mariana's been watching her husband all day, but Mario Quintero is also from Mexico.
Oh, okay. So on 19 and 20, kind of some interesting stuff happening. It looks like a couple people are left with reactive resin, and that seems to be scoring right now. You know, Brad Harvey's thrown some good shots, kind of wheeling the lane a little bit. He's got a good look. He's on 3 in a row. Mr. Urbina, I think it's Urbina, on lane 19 is on a streak. Go. They use a 10-pin though.
Let's look at that group here after this shot. All right. Well, that area we've been talking about took a little longer, I think, to really develop for this squad. But I do think they have a little bit of area to work with.
I think you're right. Yeah, because Brad is significantly deeper, I think, than the rest of the people on his pair. I think he's trying to get ahead of the transition, and I think he's doing a pretty good job of that, the way his ball reaction looks. Let's watch this shot. Got that one a little out and a little flat, I think. But I mean, I think that his last 3 shots were in a decently similar part of the lane.
And for Brad, after 5, he was 24th at -86.
In 2 games to give it a run. I think that he's got a good look right now. Hopefully he can try to capitalize.
Oh, what a shot by Chris Mays.
That was great. 10 back.
Man. Now, this is the same Brad Harvey who made the super washout kind of the hard way, if you will. And I think he did produce a solid game. So I think he was able to gain a few pins back.
I think that, yeah, I think that super washout conversion gave him some extras.
See his jersey?
I did not. Oh, we have a Balloon Fiesta jersey on our pair, and I did not even realize it. Yeah, so we have an entirely designed Balloon Fiesta jersey on lane 19 right now.
That lets me know that I've got to check this thing out at some point.
If you can get a jersey like that, I think that you definitely need to come check it out. Down on lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. There's a couple of streaks going on. Looks like some of the players are kind of playing the mid lane reaction right now, kind of towards the lower end. I won't say on the lower end, but maybe the middle side of the house. But a couple of streaks going on there.
That's our guy, Darren Calvert, by the way, with the jersey representing.
I think we need to get you one of those.
It's been on the list, and honestly, you know, you forget until you get back to that destination. And I'm like,
yeah, I want to go there.
I definitely need to check that out. So that's I'm putting that on the list. Seems like it's very kid friendly.
Yes.
They would enjoy that. I have 2 young boys.
Oh, that's awesome. They would definitely love that then. That looked like a great release by Brad.
Oh boy,
man,
much better shot.
That was a quality shot, and he's playing very deep. I would say that he probably put that down at 32, 33.
Yes, you did, Mark. We appreciate you. No need to apologize. You're running a business. And I hope business is going well. It sounded like, and I'm just talking about pro shops in general, but when I go to a bowling center to stream, and I just always tend to go in the pro shop. I'm kind of like a relic bowling ball kind of dude, I guess, a little bit. So I'm always like just peeking into a pro shop and seeing what old stuff might be around.
Sure.
But yeah, you end up having a conversation, and most people that I've talked to this year have said bowling or business has been great, which is fantastic here.
And maybe it's because I didn't fully commit to the sport again until late last year, but it just seems like there's so many more new equipment releases than I remember, I guess growing up. Like it seemed like, there were a couple of, large releases a year. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it seems like every couple of weeks, each company has a new ball being released. So there's just a lot more going on. Hard to keep up with sometimes. What a shot.
DJ. I think he was throwing a purple for his first shots, like the very first frame of this game.
I think so too.
And then obviously a clear.
Is that a rattler?
Maybe.
I think that was a rattler.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
So ball change there. I'm not sure which frame, but
I
really
was
like
flush.
that one.
Keep doing that.
Scores after game 6. All right. Mario is back on top of the leaderboard for this squad. He's plus 100. And if you can get to triple digits, you're absolutely in. Brett Wolf has made the slow climb. He started slow as well. and is now at plus 99. His last 3 games, 238, 232, 249 for Brett Wolf, the legend. David Haynes is moved to 3rd at plus 90. Carson Opella is 4th at plus 15. Look at that gap from 3rd to 4th.
That is large. I noticed that with A squad, or maybe it was B squad. I think it was A squad. It was like there were 2 people plus, and then like 3rd was like minus 30, which is like a 110 pin drop. That's significant. It goes from 90 to 15 over from, is that 3rd to 4th?
Yeah, Marcos is 4th to 5th. No, I'm sorry, 3rd to 4th. You're right.
Yeah, only 5 people plus currently after 6 games.
Marcos is plus 11. And Carlos Forza, who we just watched shoot 231, that moved him to up to plus, or I'm sorry, minus 4. Dylan Taylor still in a good position with now, still a game and a half left essentially. Taylor at minus 25. Even Carlos to Dylan is a small gap.
It's kind of a pretty tight-knit, close race from 7th. I'd probably say all the way down to even 14th or so. It's 40 sticks separating the field there. Ooh, Brad leaks one a little right, and see one of those 2-pin combinations that seem to be peeking their head a lot today. He goes a little right, leaves a 210. He was on a double there, so that's going to impact him unless he converts.
If you are just joining us, this is game 7, squad 4. We had 2 squads on Friday. We've had 2 squads today. We will have 1 more squad at 6:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So we'll determine the top 32 who will advance to tomorrow's match play double elimination. The 19th New Mexico Open. 19 of them every year since 2005 minus 2020, of course, due to the pandemic. So that's a big year, big anniversary. And I would imagine, knowing obviously what Steve has already produced and done and the work that he and the staff puts into this event, that the 20th year next season will be one to remember, certainly. Can't imagine how many folks might be even more interested in participating, not just from a player perspective, but from a sponsorship level also, knowing it's the 20th anniversary.
I haven't heard any plans, but I know Steve fairly well, and I'm sure that he is going to make it awesome. He does every year, but an essential anniversary like that, I'm sure he's gonna have something good there.
Those of you watching, please hit the thumbs up. We would appreciate that. We've gotten to 7K subscribers, and now the new goal, of course, is the real goal is 10, but the new goal is now 8. And keep us tuned in. Got you here all weekend, especially in the morning when double elimination starts. We get all of the lanes in play that we'll be using tomorrow. A little bit of a different, the format is the same, but how we work the lanes, there's actually 2 matches going on a pair at the same time, which doesn't really happen often, but I kind of like it from my vantage point because there's more to talk about, more to view in front.
Sure. That'll be a pretty good way to do it, and it'll kind of change the breakdown a little bit of the pairs, which will be interesting to see.
Correct. Yes. So that is how it's done here.
Because you're right. That's not a typical structure.
Correct. There's only 24 lanes, so keep that in mind too. So it is a fairly small center. It doesn't really look like it on camera, but it is 24 lanes. The other thing, though, there's also typically another tournament running alongside match play, which is kind of like I forgot the name of the event, but it's basically if you didn't make the cut, you can bowl another separate event that's just down the, generally would be on the high end. This year we're on the low end or the high end. So I think the other tournament might be on the low end. But
They call it the Survivor Tournament or something like that.
Along those lines.
Something awesome. You know,
Just
everyone
get a chance
else
to
wants to bowl again.
Recoup a few bucks.
Yeah. Get a little money back, maybe redeem your emotional self on maybe bowling a little bit better. Something like that. I'm pretty sure it's on the same pattern. I think they lay it down fresh again for everybody. I mean, unless they really want to mess with you, I guess they could leave it overnight after, you know, the end of the last squad and really see if, you know, sparks can fly.
Jim Ward, that's a great question. King Pharaoh Williams is in the building. He's about to bowl squad 5.
He is such a cool guy.
Isn't he? He's great.
I got the pleasure of crossing with him at a regional this year, and he is such a nice guy.
In Oklahoma?
Yeah. Yeah, the Edmond, Oklahoma regional. Super cool guy. Fun to watch him bowl. I've always heard about him. Never got the chance to see him bowl till we got to Edmond. It was really, really nice. And he bowled well, too.
Thought Decal was about to give that one a run there. Jim asked how many or are there any PBA players in the event? And there are a handful. I'm going to name the players that I know, whether on a national or regional level. Okay, so, and then Tyler is here. Since he bowls on a regional basis, I'm going to start with him. Tyler Masterson.
Woo! Made the cut.
Cortez Shank is a defending champion. He's bowling next. I don't know if CJ Patterson bowls any PBA events, but he had some great success, and we just talked about during the TAT week. D-Ron Booker bowls regionally and some national stops. He also just won the Open Championships regular doubles eagle with Mark Curtis Jr., which for many is like winning a PBA title to a degree.
For sure. That's hard.
Major accomplishment right there. Steve Klumpkin doesn't bowl a lot of PBA stuff that much, but
he's a big name,
when he does, he's still a factor.
Absolutely.
Derek Lewis bowls, I think, a few regionals from time to time. He had a very good day today. I feel like Sean Wood may dabble a little bit as well. Steve Novak bowls some regionals. Great player. He's also an Eagle winner.
Brad Harvey bowls a few regionals.
Okay. We're watching Brad right in front of us right now.
It's up on 19.
He's played the lanes the most similar to Stephen Wood that we saw earlier. His down lane is a little bit straighter trajectory. Stephen probably had a little bit more shape or curve to it, so more of that half circle. Brad kind of more down lane, if you will, and he can get into the 220s. We got there Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis Brown, Andrew Kane. I don't know if he does tour stuff anymore, but he's a previous winner of this tournament, I believe.
Yes, he has. Ed Smaglik, Kevin Jenkins bowls some regional stuff. Chris Clerk has won this in the past. He bowled today.
Pharaoh and Zach Wilkins is on national tour this year.
Yep, Zach Wilkins is a legit national touring player. As is, I feel like Trey Ford still is, I think.
He might be. If not, he gets in by a lot of PTQs if he's not.
Francois, of course, multi-time U.S. Open champion. Robert Lawrence is a multi-time U.S. Open champion. Or a one-time champion, excuse me, in 1992, but he bowled today. Linda Walbaum was a former touring professional on the Professional Women's Bowling Association Tour. She was out. I would say the Mays brothers. I think they do bowl some regional action as well. I'm not sure if Brandon Knowles bowls some regional stuff, but he should if he isn't. Chris Kelso.
Adrian Hare does some PWBA stuff. She was on the PBA tour when she got out of college, when that was more the norm and before the PWBA became back, I should say. But yeah, I think Emily also does some PWBA stuff.
Emily Eckhoff. Yeah, she does bowl a stop or two when she can. We were just talking about that yesterday. David Haynes may not bowl on tour a lot, but he's still one of the best players in this field and around for sure. He's a Hall of Fame type player. Matt Zweig, happy birthday, Matt. He bowls a lot.
Yeah, Noah Gallegos and Al Wolf. Al Wolf, I see him at a lot of regionals as well. Noah, I've seen at a few Southwest region stuff.
Jim Butters would normally bowl this tournament. He normally does. Great shot by Chris Mays. That's a way to get it going. Both of these players trying to turn it around and set themselves up nicely. Brad Harvey.
Oh, that looked like a really good shot. Just checked up early on him. He's still playing really deep, and he goes through the face for a 4-6-10. First shot in the 10th. He was on. Ooh, he could have punched for 228. He's probably going to be in the 190s now with good count.
That's tough. Finishing up that list, Christine Johnson and Corrine Acuff both bowl off on the PWA Tour. In fact, Corrine bowled the full season. She was a full-time member this year and finished third in the Rookie of the Year race. There's several names I feel like that I know. I just don't know what their professional status is, so to speak. Anthony Lavery-Spar did bowl today. He is a national touring player. As I mentioned, Butters is he's bowling Team USA camp this week.
Saw Morgan Moore on the list too, I think.
Morgan Moore, yes. He made the step ladder finals last year of this event.
Yeah, he's a great bowler. And his brother Mason. I think it's his brother, right?
Yes, Mason.
Mason
and shout out to the Moore family. Mason, I believe, just had a wrist operation.
Oh,
and so hopefully that will cure any and solve any remaining issues and such. And sounds like prognosis for him getting back to bowling is very positive.
It's wonderful to hear. Well, best wishes to the Moore family and a speedy recovery to you.
Thank you, Chris, for chiming in. Chris Lawson bowls regionals when he can. And Chris was in our 192 club for a minute yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We went back-to-back 192, struck out for one or two of them. And then, but one of his scores was wrong.
Oh.
So it said 182 instead of 192. So then it was corrected. Then he actually did shoot 182 the next game.
How about that?
And then he shot 183 before popping off a big game and solidifying his spot in the finals. Nice game for Chris Mays, 222.
So I think I saw someone in the chat. I don't want to steal your thunder. I just happened to look over at Dennis Brown. I think someone was asking about Dennis.
Yep.
After 6, he was minus 125. He's on a 15 and 16, and I think we have a camera down that way. He will be on 17 and 18, just about right in front of us here for his last game. But he did just split in the 9th. He could have punched for a low 220, and now he's probably around the low 2, maybe 190 pace. Barring a really miraculous conversion, which we'd love to see on Bullstream.
Darren Calvert before we take that step.
Good shot. That was flush. I think also maybe an hour or two ago, I think Chris Webb, if you're still listening, I think you had given us a shout out. And I hope you're doing well. I miss seeing you down here. My understanding is you're still up in Colorado Springs, but he was a fantastic bowler, good friend, awesome to be around, always good energy, good vibes. So thanks for listening to all of the New Mexico Open fun.
Chris, there's Mason, by the way.
Oh, hey, Mason.
Watching from 10 back. Do work.
I don't know that we've ever met, Mason, but I did see you bowl in Colorado Springs. I think we were kind of pair hopping parallel to each other. So hopefully you get to meet face to face one day, but speedy recovery. I'd love to meet you on the lanes rather than off. So hopefully see you soon.
For Chris, yesterday I mentioned I described his block, and let's go through it again. Let me find my what was Chris saying? B squad last night, right? Do I have that still? It doesn't matter. He's in the number. So let me get my all. See, this is me. So here's another thing about me. Right? If tournament directors do provide a standing sheet per game, which I like, of course it does accumulate. Right?
Got to put them somewhere.
Got to put them somewhere. And you know, if you're asking my wife, I don't really throw stuff away quickly. So instead of just like, I don't need a squad probably anymore, but I bet I still got that stack somewhere over here.
I bet it's somewhere.
Let's see. So Chris went 258 out the gate. And then he went 192 as I was talking about, 182, 183, 190, like the definition of grind.
Yeah.
And then was able to get to 245, 226. I mean,
yeah,
it makes the job difficult. But obviously on this, you know, I feel like it would be, you know, it may not feel like a reward, but I mean, if you did all that to make the number, you had to minimize your open frames.
Absolutely. And Chris, I would never, you know, speculate on your squad having not watched it, but I mean, I would feel like based on the scores you had surrounding those 180s, 190s, I mean, I feel like that would pretty much be the grind we were talking about. You know, maybe the look wasn't right, maybe it didn't feel right, maybe it was just some bad pairs, but to be able to, you know, avoid the 140, the 150, and keep those high 180s, 190s, you know, just keep it solid. That put your, you know, last two games at, what was it, 240, 220, 245, 226. That just put you in a good position to get to that plus number, and I would say almost certainly within the number. So, good bowling, way to grind that out. So we got Dylan Taylor right in front of us. He is going to be up on 18. He's looking at a max of 204. He is currently minus 25. So if he punches, he will be minus 21. And I'd say he's going to give himself a look to make the number. I think he could use a little bit of help for the rest of this game. You know, earlier someone was asking about Dennis Brown. I don't know if that was a ball change, but he is pretty deep. And it looked like he might be throwing maybe a Jackal Ghost. I'm not positive. Almost looked like it's hard to confuse these two, but it almost looked like a T10 with the logo, but had more of a reaction like a Ghost. So, and I was completely wrong. It is the VIP is what he's throwing, and he is very deep with it.
You had the brand right, though.
Yes, yes. I know he's a motive guy.
Okay.
I actually started throwing some more motive stuff this year for the first time. So I was guessing, but I was close. That would explain why I thought it looked like a T10, because from this far away, it looks kind of black and dark. But that VIP, he's playing quite deep with. So it looks like he might have found a look there. Dylan Taylor did get the first one in the 10th, so he's at least in the 180s now.
One shot too early there. Got you back to Dennis, but I wanted to see Dylan Taylor. Just to get into the 2-0s.
Go.
Oh.
He's still got a good look, though. That's going to put him in the 190s.
Boy, that's tough.
That is. And, you know, I noticed that that looked a little bit of a flat 10. And I noticed that definitely more as the squad went later. I mean, you know, you'd asked me earlier about the pattern, and obviously it is not disclosed for this tournament. But certainly, I think it's a shorter pattern, maybe 38, 39 feet is my guess. But it seemed like such a high volume in the heads. So they're dealing with some carry down now, and the urethane that was clean off the back of the pattern is no longer so clean. And even some reactive balls, maybe, you know, kind of the weaker core type of equipment might not be checking up as hard to get through that carry down. So we're seeing a fair number of flat 10s kind of across the house as I look down.
Patrick Martinez is in the building. He stopped by the cloud. Stafford Wood, who did not strike on his fill, by the way, so you accomplished your mission. Hello to Ashley. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Carl Long, by the way, Chris, certainly not directed at me because I don't know anything about real estate. But I'd like to at some point grow my portfolio. But Carl did say he'd love to chat real estate with you sometime. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
I know he wasn't talking to me.
Well,
so.
You know, I'm always happy to talk with pretty much anybody about anything. So, you know, no one has ever accused a lawyer of, you know, wanting to, or needing to talk more. So I hold true to that stereotype at least. So, Carl, I'm happy to talk to you whenever. Send Emil a message and we'll get you in contact.
Patrick's at the PBA Super Regional. Appreciate you, Patrick. Hope all is well in Chesapeake. That's still bowling down there, too. It's 5. What time is it then? It's almost 8 o'clock Eastern.
Oof.
All right. Skill shot complete on 17 and 18. Big update, though, for Hunter Mays got to 227. Which was important because his last couple of games were 170 and 148. So he just shot 227 and now is, of course, with 1 game left.
So that's going to put him at minus 21.
In a solid position here.
Yeah, that's going to give him a good look.
All right, so I was correct on the roll-off.
It was a 1 frame.
It is, no, it's a 1 game roll-off, but it does happen in the morning.
Okay. I kind of like that. I mean, I think that there's maybe tactical advantages to doing it right after the qualifying squad, but on a practical level and strictly practical level, I think that's nice.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember who was in it. It actually was, I feel like there was a player from Colorado.
I think I agree with you. I could not for the life of me tell you who it is, though.
His name is, I can see him right now. His name is,
describe some features, maybe?
Boy, it's tough. I know. I'm going to look it up.
Fair enough.
I don't know how, but I am.
Somehow, some way, there's a way to figure out who was in the roll-off. If you are the Colorado bowler who was in the roll-off last year at the New Mexico Open at probably like 7 in the morning.
7 a.m.
Let us know if it was you. I grew up in Colorado, and so I bowled with a fair number of bowlers there.
That's
and I know
him.
a lot of them come down here.
Stephen Kurtz.
Oh, Stephen Kurtz.
Thanks, B Yogi B. Appreciate it. Hey, Keith. Nice of you to wake up.
Are we that boring?
If you don't, he said he took a nap.
Hopefully
But
not while
to be
watching
fair,
us.
he's been watching all week, or he's watched every squad.
There's a lot of bowling going on here.
And there's been plenty of bowling to watch across the country this weekend. Great weekend for bowling.
It is.
Keith, if you just happen to not remember who we are, my name is Emil, but you know that. But you don't know Tyler. And Tyler's been great. He's been, appreciate him hanging out. I didn't anticipate him hanging out this long. But apparently I didn't bore him. So he stuck around.
I'm very appreciative for you to have me on. This has been a blast. There's nothing better than watching bowling other than maybe doing it and doing better. But I appreciate you having me on. This has been a blast.
Well, right now, I mean, well, you're here now. We got to finish it out.
We might as well.
So we're at game 8. We're watching 13 through 16 at the moment. Early frames here. Anyone from the player perspective that's who could have a chance late Hunter Mays is one of those people. Oh, Steve, is Steve getting in, or is he just telling you what's up?
I'm not sure, but the man who's running the tournament wants the microphone. Who am I to hold it from him?
Oh, well, fair enough. I think he's looking at scores.
Oh. This is an interesting squad. I think Steve's reaction probably says it all. He looks over our shoulders. He's looking at the same sheet we're looking at, and he says, interesting.
He gave an interesting comment.
Yes.
Well, Hunter Mays is going to be on 23 and 24, and I think of all the players that we've been talking about, at least within our viewing range, between he and Stephen Wood, and Stephen is now on the lower end, we can see Hunter still here on 23 and 24. And give you his play-by-play. Brad Harvey was on 17 and 18. You'll be able to see him live, in fact.
And after hearing you just say that, I think I realized about 4 names ago I was calling Stefan Stefan. So, Stefan, I'm very sorry.
Well,
any friends of his are listening. I apologize if I butchered that pronunciation.
To be fair, I thought it was Stefan. And no one has ever said it wasn't.
Well,
now I'm going to triple check.
Mr. Woods, you're doing well. That's my go-to when I forget someone's name, is it's just last name then. And then if I don't know your last name, buddy, man, hey. A couple of those.
Question about Darrell Ratliff. And it started really well for him. Game 4 was very tough. He's at minus 88. This was after 6 games. Let me scroll up here. I thought I gave a top 10 after 6. I did okay. And then Keith Brent ended up plus 9. And that is significant.
Yes.
Because he is right now in a 3-way tie at that number.
That's Brent Bowers?
Brent Bowers, yes.
Yeah. And so for Darrell, he went game 3, 4, and 5, goes 160, 130, 180. So the fact that he's only minus 88, he's grinding right now. So hopefully his game 7, improved, because he's on a good roll based on his last couple games. So hopefully he's going to be at least in a good position to make a run. As disappointing as it is, Emil, to be the competitor who didn't qualify. There's something kind of gratifying about just being a fan of the sport. Oh, wow, really nice conversion. 4-7-10 on lane 16. That was great. But there's something just gratifying about just seeing good bowling. And if you appreciate the sport, it's cool to see other people do well, what they can accomplish, and, watch them if you're not watching yourself. So it's always fun, especially, New Mexico Open time, when you start grinding down to the last couple squads. You get a better picture of what the cut's looking like, what the real field is, the whole scope of the picture, and then it's go time, especially for that last squad. They know exactly the number they're going to have to hit, or very close to it.
I think that's why Cortez is bowling squad 5. I think he used to bowl squad 4. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible.
I was looking the other way. What happened?
That's horrible. That's horrible. I believe that was Kyle Mikulovsky.
I think so. But I did miss what happened.
Well,
was that a sweep down?
Like, I think he left an 8-pin to begin with, but the 8-pin was being pushed back, like it was about to go off the deck, and then it stopped.
Oh, that's horrible.
That was. Let me see if I can find that. That was his first frame. So maybe the first frame over here too. What was that? 21, right? No, that was 22.
You did cover it up, though.
Jeez Louise. That was brutal. Like, that was not fun.
It's not fun to watch, not fun to hear, not fun to see.
Well, let me ask you this, since you know you've been in this booth for a few games now. From this side of it, if you will, right? Like how does this feel being on this side of the bowling?
It's fun,
if you will.
It's fun. Broadcasting seems like a blast. You know, I don't think anything really compares to the act of bowling.
Right.
But, you know, when you're not bowling, I mean, you can't bowl every squad. This is a one-squad event. So to see it's fun to analyze other bowlers. You don't always sit here and say, wow, this guy's playing a really good line with a really good ball. You know, I may watch, you know, Dennis Brown is up on 17 right now, and I may say, cool, he's throwing a VIP from 25 to like 15, crossing over and getting a strike. But you don't always analyze it that deeply. Like, okay, he probably threw a bad shot. I'll wait and watch the next one. So as a bowler, I feel like this is actually kind of a useful tool to, you know, really analyze other bowlers. Maybe I can learn a little something just by analyzing deeper. Now, you're pointing things out that I didn't notice, I didn't see. This is fun, though. I can see why you're attracted to doing it. How many years have you done this?
This is, well,
broadcasting in general, I should say.
Okay, well, broadcasting in general since college.
Okay.
So to some degree, about 18 years or so.
That's quite a while.
If I'm including college.
Sure.
That's where I got the start.
Awesome.
I called my first high school football game. That was my first ever sports broadcast.
Okay. I was going to ask if it was all in bowling. It sounds like you did some other sports too.
No. Yeah, I call basketball during basketball season. So about October-ish, I'll do some college basketball at home.
That's awesome.
I'm actually trying to get back to doing more of that on a regular basis as far as other sports are concerned. Eventually, I'd still like to get to the network level.
That's fantastic.
Folks, Jeff Hemer, he brought over some stats again, or the results, I should say. For about the last 5 games, he has accompanied or attached a GIF, basically. Of course, it's just not animated because it's a still.
I think he's memeing us.
Photo or a meme.
Close.
And so he's given us a little bit of Jeff Hemer along with his standings after every squad. Or after every game, excuse me.
He must think we're bored. He's keeping it entertaining for us.
So here are the scores. Game 7. Let's see. First, I'm going to call out Mariana because she's been with us throughout. And plus 115 for Mario Quintero. That's pretty darn good, all things considered. He's plus 115 in second. First, Brett Wolf plus 75. David Haynes third at plus 70. Fourth is Carson Opella. He is fourth at plus 31. That gap does still exist. Tim Eichhorn has made a nice little move. And where was Tim at prior to? He was 8th. He's now 5th.
I mean, a good jump with a 244 there.
And he's plus.
And he's plus now. That's the key. Yes, good jump in the squad standings, but most importantly, he is plus. So, which is all we can say for the squad because top 5 are plus.
So that means that Sam Pinge is now minus 13. He's 6th. Marcos Baeza. He's been hanging around all day and still within striking distance, no pun intended, at minus 14. Hunter Mays way down, as we mentioned, on 23 and 24. Big 227 gets him to minus 21. He just doubled, if I'm not mistaken, down there.
Yep, he did, which puts him on a streak. He had 63 on an open in the 4th, so he's on a double, so he's recovering.
Carlos Forzan at minus 29 and in 10th place Scott Ashley at -30. Keith, I did not see Brett using the blue hammer earlier in the squad. He moved left, so I can't speak for it the last couple of games, but I didn't see it early in the block. Eileen Linares, who is a proud local player. Steve always speaks highly of her and her accolades over the course of her youth career. There's the announcement for check-in for Squad 5, and then also a reminder for Squad 4 players. Make sure they turn in those recaps to Jeff Hemer in the locker room area where he's got his tournament office set up.
It's like Brad Harvey getting up on lane 17's on a pretty decent streak. He's got 3 in a row. He is -88, so he's a little bit of an uphill battle right now, but he has potential for a 279 still. That would at least, I would say, you know, who knows what can happen in the last squad. It at least keeps him in the talk, I would say.
Well, you never know because, I mean, Matt Berdishaw shot, no, he was -68 with a game to go. And he got to the 10th frame through the first one. Could have punched for 268 to get him to even. And he ended up shooting 247 to put him at -21. So, but he did give himself a chance. Brad was in that same category. I don't know if his landing was not the best, but obviously you just saw him take 3 off the left, which is very possible to do.
If you hit the angle wrong or your speed's wrong or you really get around the ball, I mean, going that far left is not that extreme of a situation. That can very easily happen on this pattern.
Shane Morin is watching. Hello, Shane. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Hello, Rita as well. There's obviously that's what he was looking for.
Yep. It's not a leave you want, but if you're going to leave it, that's a good conversion to have. For sure.
No. And I'd love to say 9 spare in this situation. Is like, you know, someone gutters like 9 spare. Don't trip. Don't worry about it. He does lose obviously a significant amount of count there.
Yeah. Which is a bummer to see, but I mean, it's still clean. You know, it's gonna make the reach a little harder for him, I think. But
260 still out there.
Yep.
Well, that was a good one from Dennis from start to finish. I think he finally got his hand to where he wanted it at the bottom.
Yeah.
He was able to project that one a little further down lane.
Yes. What I've noticed about this squad, at least compared to what I imagine it looked like for my squad, but at least what it felt like, is that there is that buffer right there. If you get that hand position right, it looks like a lot of people are in Pearl right now. With, you know, of course, the occasional urethane you still see going around there, but there's hold. If you hit it right, it looks like that's not a bad option for a lot of people right now. I think Dennis is a prime example of that.
Chris Mays, the brother of Hunter, was at -38 and has yet to strike. Unfortunately, just missed a 3-pin or a 2-pin. He's gonna need some help.
And he was kind of grinding a little bit that game. He was, you know, open 3 spares open, so he's gonna need a little help. I think you're right.
Brad Harvey just struck again. Well, he ends up shooting 260.
Yeah, I mean, he lost some significant count. I think his max now is 252 because of the count. I think he would have been in 260
you're right,
range.
252. My apologies.
Oh no, it's tight though. I mean, this is one of the situations where you really want that one throw back. You know, you can throw it good for 7 or 8 games and just have that one that leaks a little to the right or to the left, and that might just be the one that costs you on a pattern this tight. Dylan Taylor left a 4-pin on lane 15. He still has a good look at the cut. Minus 32 is where he currently sits after 7 games. He opened in the 5th. If he spares this, he could still get to even for sure. Maybe even a little plus. I think that'll put him in a decent position.
Where was Sean Wood? He was minus 92. That's probably a little bit too far out. In fact, yep, it is.
It's a really good shot by Dennis on 17. I think he's got a good line with some good room right now. So unfortunately, I think he is also in that boat of maybe a little far outside the cut, or the proposed cut number at this point. He's minus 147 after 7. I think that, don't know that's really going to get it done at this point. But he is making a run at this 8th game at least. He's making it look good. So at least he found something.
With all squads through A, B, and C, I should say. A, or 1, 2, and 3. Squads 1, 2, and 3. 32nd was minus 40 after squads 1, 2, and 3. We'll have another all squad breakdown for you once we begin our final squad of the night, which begins at 6:30 p.m. Mountain.
You said minus 43?
Minus 40.
Minus 40. Okay, so minus 40 is the current cut for A through C squads. We are top 12 in D squad would then make the cut. So that puts another additional 12 players in if we take it after 7 games. Obviously, a lot can happen because once you get to, I'd say, 4th place is plus 31, 5th place is plus 18, and then you get into the negatives. I would say that anywhere from 6th to, I would go so far as to say 13th, all have a chance at jumping each other. That puts everybody in that group probably within 30 to 40 pins, which I think is a complete possible swing on game 8. So a lot can happen here to see who's gonna jump into the number a little bit.
I was gonna say Dante Rivas, he's too far back at minus 102, but he's putting together a nice game.
Is that him that just threw on 14?
Yep.
That was a little inside, I think.
Carson Opella is on 13 and 14, and he's 31 over, and I think he can only get to 207. So it's a big finish, big 2 frames for Carson coming up here.
These are the shots.
Keep our eyes still on Hunter Mace. Carson just wrapped, I think, another 10-pin. Oh, this is area of Kyle King. So now that max score dips to 196.
I saw Dylan Taylor just went light, kind of knocked a couple out of the bucket and left kind of a 2-5 with a weird respot though. This is kind of an important spare for him, because if he spares here, that gives him a max of 223 if he spares, and that he would probably need every bit of that 223 to put him at just a little bit minus. So this is a big spare shot. Ooh, barely converts it, but he does convert it, which keeps him at least in the conversation.
Shout out to Antonio Urbina here with 7 out of 8. But he is a little too far back. I was curious though what in the world he's throwing, because his ball is just laboring down like 18, 19 and not moving. It's not hooking until it gets to the end of the pattern. I'm like, what ball is he throwing?
Yeah, there zero movement.
How is he doing this?
Teach me your ways.
8th and final game of squad number 4. Squad 5 will begin. And I'm going to say about, well, it is scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. Mountain. I think we're well on time for that.
Is that a first?
As in, like,
For being on time for the final squad on a Saturday?
no, I feel like the times that I've been here, everything for the most part has gone pretty smooth.
I feel like it's usually close.
Yeah.
I think, you know, sometimes you just have maybe a couple lane breakdowns
There
or,
was a hiccup or two
you know,
today.
which always happens. It's bowling. You need to expect it probably, but I feel like they usually start a little late on that last squad. But it's great that, you know, this pace of play in this squad has been awesome, I think. I think that 21 and 22 has kind of just been the only ones been a little behind the pace for most of the play, but I know that they were working on some issues. So it's good to know that squad will probably start on time. Might get you out of here before midnight.
I wouldn't complain.
I don't know many people that are running this thing that would, though. Heard that last night with, you know, kind of the squads, the Pro-Am, it was kind of a late night for some of the staff here. So
They had fun at the Pro-Am. Steve told me some cool stories this morning. Lewis, who is going to be bowling, he runs the front desk. The front desk manager is about to bowl the next squad.
Louis Perrone.
Yeah, Lewis is about to bowl. He also said he was watching. Everything sounded great. So another compliment. And yeah, for you and me, but really for you.
But mainly for you, though.
Just for you.
You're the one running the show. I'm just here to hopefully add a little something, whatever it may be.
Well, there's no doubt about that. You've been great.
I certainly appreciate that because this has been a lot of fun. And Lewis is a great guy. He is the front desk manager here at Tenpins and More. I've known him for a long time. He's always a lighthearted guy, fun to joke around with. So it'll be exciting to watch him here in the 5th squad. So he is, and I don't remember his name.
Carson.
Carson, yes. And he
about to step up.
He is about to.
He's going to be on the left side of your screen, folks. He's wearing the, they got the yellow navy bluish like design.
It looks like he can punch for 196.
That's his max. The best he can do is finish at plus 27. That's the best he can do. If he happens to open, let's do some quick math. Let's say he goes 9 out. That's 174, and you're taking away 26. That drops him into single digits at plus 4.
This is a big shot for him.
So this is very important.
Let's watch the call.
Bang.
Buries it.
That's how you do it.
That is clutch shot. I'm not really sure he even knows how clutch it is being on the lanes. I'm sure he knows kind of where he's at with the number, but compared to the other squads, I think that was a big shot.
And that's with, I'm pretty sure, 2 back-to-back wrap 10s in frames 8 and 9 right there.
Yeah.
All right, so at worst, let's say he goes 186.
Plus 16?
Probably okay.
I think he'd feel better if he gets this one. I think if he gets this one, I'd say that there's probably some more solidity there.
No doubt. Yeah, the thinking is I have to double. It's on the lane. Didn't like it.
Crosses over, leaves a 5. Well, that's still, like you said, 186. That still keeps him plus 16, I think we said. That's not a horrible number.
No, there are worse.
Yes. There are going to be about 160 some, maybe 170 some people who will say that there are worse.
It makes the spare. So that's going to be plus 17.
I'm not going to say that's a safe number, but I'm going to say that it's a very, very real possibility of being in, I'd say.
All right, let's go back to our, by the way, Brad Harvey did shoot 211. He throws it so well. He and his brother.
He does, yes. Both of them do.
So for context, for the first 3 squads, 17th would be good for 17. Now, obviously not including
our leaders, those up top. So let's just throw those folks in. Let's throw in 3. The top 3 get in, so that bumps that down to what would be then 20th.
With 1 squad to go, which means 12 would have to beat that score. I mean, only 5 are beating it in this squad. How many people in B squad, or sorry, C squad beat that number?
Squad 3.
Yeah, so squad 3,
1,
number
2,
of people
3,
that beat
4,
plus 7, 16.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So if the last squad is anything like this morning squad, assuming the numbers were the same, that would put him in. Barely, but it would put him in. And in double elimination bracket match play, that's all that matters, is getting in. So I'd say that if that puts him around the 20th-ish spot, I'd say that's a reasonably comfortable place to end. It's not the top 10 you were hoping, but it's respectable for sure. And this leaks one a little wide.
I think Hunter shot 185.
That looks right.
That's not going to be enough. Mays did double up, but he can only shoot 197. That's not going to be enough. I think one day I'm going to look back at the times I've watched Chris and Hunter here in their early stages of bowling. And, you know, because I think they both have the talent to win at a very high level.
Yeah.
And if they end up winning, you know, these are the moments where you look back and you go, man, I remember when those young men were, you know, kind of figuring it out. You know, when to perform, how to get to what they needed.
For sure. And, you know, sometimes it's kind of fun to watch it evolve, too. You know, it's like I have a couple friends that I remember watching, and it's like, you know, there's a couple things maybe missing in your game. Not that I'm the guru of all things bowling, but it's like you could tell there's some things missing, and then you watch them get better, and then you see them win something and just kind of have that nostalgic moment of, I remember when you weren't doing that. And it's kind of cool to see that come full circle.
David Chubb's got himself a 4-bagger, and he's clean. Left side of your screen there. That was Chris Mays on the right side of your screen. Tasman, no Desperado here at the New Mexico Open.
David had a really nice 5-bagger. Unfortunately, he is a little bit too far out. I think he's minus 170 something, 182. So he is a little bit far out to make the cut, but it's still good to see somebody get a 5-bagger with potential for the back 7. And, you know, end it with something good, end on a high note.
Tell me something good.
Bowl me something better.
Okay, I like that.
Let's go. Go. Yeah, it goes a little light, but that's still going to be a very respectable game. I think that puts him in the 220s, if I do the quick math.
That was loud.
That was really loud.
What did Dylan finish with? Or are they done? No, not yet. Okay, maybe he was just putting his stuff on. Just dropped the link to the 5th and final squad tonight, so you can click it. It will open up a new tab for you. You don't have to go looking for it. Although if you're subscribed, you already know what to do. As we are coming down the stretch here, not only of qualifying, but specifically certainly of squad number 4. Sean Wood a little bit of air time here. His 10th frame. Seen a lot of that reaction today from a lot of players.
That was not unprecedented for sure. This really is one of those patterns that really can just demoralize you. The difference between a 220 and a 160 is, you know, not far. It's maybe, you know, just one mental error on a makeable spare, and then it carries over into a strike shot. It might just be a couple of poor executed frames in a row. Might just be missing by a couple boards a couple of times. So that reaction has been pretty common today.
Dylan had a chance to get to 212, which would have put him at -20. He was unable to carry. The ball came in high, unable to carry the 10 pin. Was hoping for a break there, so the best he can do is now 192, which would be -40 for Dylan.
You know, early on in the tournament, I would say maybe after like first and second squad, I think that I had kind of imagined that the cut would be around that -40 number, maybe -30. But, you know, the scores have gone up a little bit today, particularly in squad 3. But, you know, squad 4 certainly had a fair number of decent scores. So it's looking probably, I'd say, closer to the even number, maybe even a little bit minus if this pace continues.
Dylan shoots 190. He'll finish at -42. Edward Thorman and CJ Wilson will close it out. Thorman can max of 189 with 3 in the 10th. There's one.
Ed Thorman with a really, really nice shot.
CJ can get to 170 with 3 in the 10th. Keith has been at it. He's been at it about +2.5. That's his, if he would have set a number on the cut number. +2.5.
+2.5.
I'd still take the under.
I probably would too. I don't know. There's some big names in this last squad.
Yeah.
There can definitely be plenty of numbers posted. So I won't be too confident in 2.5. That's a hard one. Good job on the call for that though. +2.5. That's a tough one.
Three good ones there for Ed.
Good job, Ed.
Nicely done to close it out. Squad 4 is complete. 189 there for Mr. Thorman. The main sponsors here supporting the New Mexico Open, Innovative Solutions, Auto Solutions specifically. Pabst Blue Ribbon, Petrie, Principal, Shamrock Foods, and T-Mobile. Appreciate all of their help. Want to thank Tyler Masterson, who was in for I think like the final 5 games or so. Great job, sir. Appreciate all of your insights, learning a little more about you, where you are within the sport, getting back into it in that degree, bowling some tour stuff as well. And I wish you all the best. And I really mean that, and I'll be following along, and I hope to see you at some point soon again.
Emil, I want to thank you so much for having me on. This has really been a blast. Thank you for kind of showing me what you do, how you do it. Always been a longtime fan, so it's awesome to be in the booth with you. Good luck calling everything tonight. I'll probably be listening along. I think I'm going to go get some food with some of the bowlers, but I'll be around tomorrow. If you ever have an empty seat and you need it filled, come find me. I'm happy to do it.
I appreciate you. And folks, with that said, I already dropped that link for Squad 5, so click that and you'll be ready to go. And we should start at 6:30 p.m. Eastern in just under an hour's time. And we will close out qualifying. There are some important names in that squad
perhaps none more important than Cortez Schenk, who was the defending champion, and we will see him for the first time this evening. Again, for Steve Mackey, Jeff Hemer, Mike Miller, Dana Miller-Mackey, everyone involved here at Tenpins and more at Rio Rancho. So long for now. We'll see you for squad number 5. For Tyler and everyone else involved, again, my name is Emil Williams Jr. This has been a presentation of Squad 4 of the 2023 New Mexico Open, the 19th edition. Watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV. See you in a bit.